I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how.
아프리카 팀 프리고 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리스 Last Stand.
What is going on, everybody? We are here for day 2 of the round of 16 of the GSL Code S.
Yeah, the day one was maybe the best day of GSL this year.
It was really good. Each game was really special and pretty epic, to be frank.
Yeah, it was a blast. And very exciting finish there with Armani taking out Zaun, the new Prince of Protoss.
Yes.
Well, we can't really call him that because there's a player called Prince who's actually very exciting as well. But, you know.
No, but Zhao was bringing a new level of play. It was really cool to see what he was doing. He was really innovating with the disruptor play.
Yeah, it was super cool. And today we have a very exciting group as well. You know, with how stacked Group D is, not a lot of people are really talking about Group A.
Right,
not a lot of people are talking about Group B. But, I mean, you look at this lineup, and it's pretty hard to predict.
And it's cool to see that DRG is here today. The fact that he's back, we've talked about this before, but the fact that the game has been out for long enough that you have players that have had to go away, do their military service, and then return, and they're still able to compete.
Yeah. First, let's take a look at this round of 8. We're going to see who TY and Armani will be playing in the next round today. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, TY and Armani, man. I don't know if TY is going to take it this time, but again, this is one of the more fascinating narratives in StarCraft 2. The guy is casting the tournament. He's got his own way of playing the game, and he's just been crushing it. And Armani, it's really cool to see that he's finally gotten to the round of 8. I mean, it's been a long time of him being in the background, you know?
He was so close to retiring and everything, and look at this amazing result. He's literally never even made it to the round of 16 before that.
김도욱 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 김도욱 선수도 지금 만나고 싶은 종족이 좀 분명 좀 있을 텐데요.
지난 시즌에 하려고 했는데 갑자기 사라지셔가지고 못 했거든요. 그래서 이번 시즌에는 좀 재밌는 경기 해보고 싶어서 좀 그래도 연령대가 높으신 분을 좀 뽑아야 될 것 같아요.
그냥 딱 제가 생각한 대로 흘러가는 것 같아요. 다른 조들도 그렇고 도우기가 저를 뽑을 것 같은 예상하고 있어가지고
네.
뭐 그냥 점점하네요.
그러니까 워낙에 박 선수도 명경기를 최근에 테란전에 많이 좀 보여주고 있다 보니까 이 정도면 재밌는 경기 좀 되겠다 생각을 한 거죠.
근데 수호 형이 최근에 좀 폼이 너무 많이 올라오셔서 좀 저도 열심히 준비를 해야 될 것 같아요.
알겠습니다.
생각해둔 건 저그나 토스인데 그 한번 얘기를 들어보고 싶어요.
네.
그 주성욱 선수랑 민수요.
강민 선수가 생각한 B조 들어가고 싶은 조예요?
저도 가고 싶고요.
예.
수호 형이 뽑아주면 제가 1+1으로 제스트 선수 데려가겠습니다.
와.
근데 누굴 뽑든 서로 뽑을 것 같아가지고 뭐 크게 의미는 없을 것 같아요.
네.
저 좀 지금 더워가지고 움직이기 싫어가지고 민수 뽑아서 민수가 저기 갔다 왔으면 좋겠는데.
야! 민수가 뽑고 자동으로 이렇게 들어가는 걸로.
저도 솔직히 가기 귀찮거든요.
귀찮아요?
그래가지고 그냥 수호 형이 저희 둘 중에 더 쉽다고 생각하는 사람 뽑았으면 좋겠어요.
주성욱이냐 강민수냐 주절 가장 여기서 약한 선수는 누굽니까?
강민수요.
강민수!
그 4명 중에 제일 약체가 수호 형이라고 생각하고 있어가지고 뭐 재밌는 승부 한번 해보겠습니다.
이야! 강민수 선수가 지금 고민을 좀 하는 것 같은데 뭐 이야기 듣고 싶은 선수 있으세요?
저 성우 형 한번 물어볼게요.
조성우 선수.
조성호 선수 입장에서 강민 선수가 지금 현재 이 저그들 중에서 어느 정도 급의 저그라고 좀 보고 있나요?
확실히 병렬이 영우보단 아래죠.
그럼 S급으로 보기 좀 약간 좀 애매해요?
예.
예.
확실히 저도 S급은 아닌 것 같고요.
예.
조성호 선수는 확실히 최근 너무 잘해가지고 원하시는 S급 저그들이랑 마음껏 경기하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
그렇게 되네요? 내가 안 뽑으면
예.
알아서 죽을 거다. 죽으면 좀 보내주면 되는 거거든요. 근데 내가
내가
뽑아야
누군가요? 이야, 주성욱 선수가 지금 들어가게 됐어요.
수호 형이랑 도우 형도 확실히 성호 형보다 그 성훈 형을 원하는 것 같아가지고 그래서 뭐 다 같이 성훈 형도 뭐 저랑 하는 걸 좋아하실 것 같아서 그냥 다 같이 행복하게 행복조 만들려고 이렇게 뽑았습니다.
네, 제가 항상 D조 올렸었거든요.
그러니까요.
그래가지고 D조도 뭐 쉬운 조는 아닌데 워낙 평소에 너무 어려운 조 걸렸어가지고 좋은 것 같아요.
예.
최악만 피하자.
예, 오늘 진짜 축하드립니다. 주성욱 선수가 이게 목표로 했던 이 A그룹, B그룹 중에 B그룹으로 들어가게 되면서 B조 선택이 마무리가 됐습니다.
I like that TV for DRG in the chair.
So funny.
It's so
I have no idea
funny.
why he did that, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we never actually got the backstory on that, but I thought that was a pretty good touch by production to put the TV there. I like that.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about before DRG, you know, he's already been in the military, he's come back, he's looking very good. Here's a fun fact. He's the only player in GSL that has a championship from Wings of Liberty.
Wow.
So that shows...
That was a different time, man.
And let's not forget, he got top 4 last season, and part of that top 4 was Smashing Innovation.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, most people consider better than Cure, so the fact that Cure has picked him here, I don't know about that, Tastes. I think DRG is going to beat Cure.
Well, the thing was, too, last season when DRG was playing, not only did he look insanely good, he looked insanely modern in his play, right?
Yeah.
It's easy to get caught up in the past. Actually, I think this is a problem in general with StarCraft 2, is people are too caught up in the past. Like, remember MVP versus Squirtle? And I'm like, the games now are so much better, you know? And the fact that DRG looked so good, it looked like he could have won that season had he not been knocked out. He was crushing.
Oh, he looked very good, just his ZVZ was not to Rogue's level.
Right. And so I'm very curious. I think Cure is going to be a good test to see where DRG is here. We're going to start this off on the map Death Orb for game 1.
All right, let's see it. Let's see if Cure's pick is going to pay off for him, or he's going to be regretting it, Tasteless.
Yeah, and again, with Cure here, you know, this is a guy, he's been very good. He's been a little bit overshadowed by the other Terrans. Let's see how far he can get in this tournament. Our game's now loaded up. Cure versus DRG, game 1 starts now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 있다. 우린 더욱 강하다. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도. 아프리카 프린스 DRG 박수호.
Yeah, one of the things I love about DRG is that in the early days of StarCraft, there was always this narrative about, like, you can't be a pro if you get too old. Like, there was this weird thing people would say, like, your hands don't work as fast. It was basically BS. And players like DRG taking time off, doing their military service, and then coming back, and then still able to compete at basically the highest level in GSL. It's a good thing for pro gamers in general, right? I mean, this is really good for the future. You can keep playing games even when you get older.
Yeah, actually, it's important to note with DRG as well. Like, he made top 4 last season.
Yeah.
If I'm almost certain I'm remembering this fact correctly. DRG right now is older than Nest-T was when he won his championship, and Nest-T is the oldest champion we've ever had.
Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, because people remember it was like, wow, this big thing that Nest-T was doing well, because he was kind of like he was basically a StarCraft 1 coach / 2 vs 2 player when StarCraft 2 came out. Then he finally got his chance to shine and show his pure fucking brilliance.
Yes. No,
he was
just insane.
And yeah, the thing is, he was so old comparatively. That's so weird to see that Marine pop out right there. But he has the depot out to finish. But yeah, that's it's kind of extra exciting with DRG because the older we make the champions, I mean, people should have hope. Like, you can actually play forever. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we see this in chess where there are these, you know, top-tier grandmasters in their 60s, and there's no reason why they wouldn't also translate over here into StarCraft, but there was a weird stigma. I don't know exactly the reasons for it,
People
but out
lose
here in Korea,
focus when they get older, man.
Well, things happen. You have kids, you got to go to school, maybe you get a girlfriend, something like that. But yeah, there was a big thing in Korea, and I saw it, you see it on forums a lot, but people saying, oh, like, your hands are going to slow down when you go to, and it just isn't true.
Well,
it's just not the case.
To be fair, they did some studies that people are always bringing up where it's like, well, your hand speed and reaction time do go down just slightly. But honestly, I will let my hand speed and reaction time drop a little bit for the amount of experience and intelligence I gain over time.
Yeah, well, also, I think another thing that happened early on was that people figured out a way to measure APM, and that became this kind of exciting talking point of like, oh, look how fast they're going. And then people started to fixate more on speed over, making your actions actually useful. You could see some pro gamers who are fairly slow but actually make much more efficient actions.
Yeah, I think a great argument against all this reaction time BS that I'm sure people are going to link us to for talking about this would be Daigo. He's like the oldest top-tier pro in the entire esports scene.
How old is Daigo?
Daigo is older than I am. So
he's
he
like
is
38,
I
30.
think he's 38, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be a little bit wrong on that. But that is, like, I mean, it's a fighting game. It's reaction time actually means more in that than in StarCraft.
That's very true.
So if he can still do it based on his experience and intelligence, anyways, it makes the story of DRG, I think, a lot better, a lot more exciting. It's very, like, this is what I want, I want these guys that are older to be like, you know what? Screw the norms. I'm going to play video games my whole life.
Yeah, well, also, I imagine, like, in our future, as we continue to cast, we're going to be casting people in their 40s and then their 50s and then their 60s, right? I think we're going to see the whole thing play out.
Amazing.
It's happening, Artosis. That's our destiny.
I hope so. Because if it resets at some point, it's only teenagers, and you and I are 60 years old then,
That's
still
right,
commentating. I'm like, ooh, tasteless. I don't know if we're the right people for this anymore.
We're talking about memes that are completely irrelevant. It's like, no, they were not alive for that. It won't work. So this game here,
you can't has cheeseburger? Like, come on. The kids are wrong.
Nobody says pwned, man. That's not a thing anymore. So this game has been pretty, I would say, ordinary for a TVZ to start things off. We're going to have the first two medevacs come out here and put some pressure on. Stim's about to finish up, and this is going to be some control play here, where we just see the Terran try to mitigate the spread of creep here.
Yeah, looks like he picks off an Overlord right there next to Stim. Going to remove some of the creep. Good micro on the Queens, though, making sure they stay alive. He's already dealt some damage to one of those medevacs. 1-1 going to be finishing up for DRG relatively quickly here. This is part of his style that we saw against Innovation, which I think is just fantastic. If you recall, DRG ended up losing his 4th base against Innovation, and it actually fought back pure macro style. And a big part of that is getting your upgrades done, right? So here's his 4th, and, well, this push shouldn't be able to kill it, that's for sure.
No, this is probably not going to do anything. The Lings are going to be able to push this back. And I think this might actually be a little bit of an overextension here by DRG. This is one of those moments where it's like, as far as an engagement goes, kind of the sunken cost fallacy at play here, where, like, you look at that and you go, okay, that you're not going to win that, but he committed anyways. And actually, this is going to be, I think DRG will still hold this off eventually, but the next follow-up push was going to be pretty damaging.
Yeah, he does hold that off. It was actually a little bit of a mistake because his melee attack started before his carapace, and his melee finished right before he engaged there. If he had his carapace, he's going to trade a lot better.
Yeah.
So I think that was just a slight mistiming there on the engagement for DRG.
And for now, what we want to do is just see, is the 4th base going to survive? This is like kind of your textbook TVZ. Is the Terran trying to put pressure on the 4th? Is the Zerg going to actually hold this off? And I think there's going to be a little bit of time here. I like this counterattack as well by DRG. Coming through here, the depot wall not up. They'll be able to trade off some more of this stuff that we can push later on.
Whoa, those mines. All right. Well, I like the idea, but the mines kind of ruin it a little bit there. Now, DRG looks like he's actually going to Hydra Tech, which is not exactly what I was expecting from him.
Yeah, that's a little bit atypical for him to do. I'm curious to see how this is going to pan out.
It's like it's a pure macro type of style, right? Like if you're going to go for Lingbane Hydra, it's just ground power, that's it. And it's fallen out of favor quite a bit. Well, you know what? Actually, you might just go into Lurker. I think it's going to be a Lurker play, but we'll see. Lurkers are pretty popular right now. He's going into Hive. Yeah, there's the Lurker Den. But he's getting some Hydra upgrades too. I mean, I think that's fine, but...
Okay, good denial there by Kier. Kier actually speeding ahead here as far as supply goes and doing a pretty good job of keeping DRG honest over here. And here's 2-2 about to finish as well. But all in all, I'd say DRG's defense has actually been pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm worried that Cure, I think he had a pretty good lead to start this off, but he might be hemorrhaging just a little bit too much to where he's not going to have any pushes.
Yeah, I think he got like a little edge early on, but DRG's been so on top of his upgrades. I think that he's looking pretty good right now. Like I'm not too afraid for DRG at the moment, even though Cure is keeping the pressure on and is not being too cost inefficient or anything.
Right.
And it's not like DRG's being perfectly efficient during all of this either. But you can see this pure macro power. Like he's just now starting Baneling speed, which is amazing to see. Right? Like normally we talk about rushing into Baneling speed. Here he's already got 2-2 done and Hive is almost done. He starts Baneling speed. So he was not really all that worried the entire time.
Yeah, and one of the things about DRG that was a feature of his play when he was older, or actually not he was older, back in the day, when, in the earlier iterations of StarCraft 2, is he was actually very solid on layer tech and just sustaining that and winning every fight. And he would actually have a very delayed Hive tech. I'm curious if we're going to have any similarities with that here this time around.
Well, he's got the Hive done, so it seems like he just wants to get into those lurkers. He's going to get Adrenal, of course, to go with his Lings. I like it. Lurkers are just kind of in vogue right now. And we've been seeing people get better and better with them. And honestly, I want to see Ling Lurker against Bioplay. It's just like exciting, right?
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's just very cool to see the repositioning of the Lurkers, trying to run around with the bio and all that.
This happens in some of the matches where Lurkers crop up for a little bit and become trendy. Right now, again, Cure just trying to put some pressure on here. We do have a larger push coming down, right over here. And I don't know if there's enough defense here to save this base. This hatchery didn't start that long ago. But let's see, DRG's going to come in now. And Lurkers are available. And yeah, actually, I'll retract that. I think actually DRG's going to hold this pretty well.
Yeah. Ooh,
whoa,
there's been
good mine hit.
There have been pretty good mine hits overall. Nice targeting on that Lurker. But yeah, there's been pretty good mine hits overall here from Cure throughout. So DRG's he definitely could have done a little bit better on a few of the engagements, but it's all right, right? He's into Lurker tech, which means he can start to be pretty cost efficient in a lot of ways, especially if he mixes in a few Vipers, which we haven't seen yet.
You're kind of seeing the limitations of Lurkers when they try to engage stuff, especially in that last little engagement. The Lurkers having to leapfrog and try to get close to the Marines able to pick the fights and then back off. And that was really well done here by Cure. We're now in a game where Cure is maxed out. He is far ahead of DRG. Now, when you're playing a player with Lurkers, a lot of times it really just depends on what the Lurkers connect with. Because if Lurkers get a good engagement, everything dies.
Okay,
but Cure is looking a little bit more robust right now.
He does.
He's definitely, if this game is a race, he's starting to take the lead.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, this is a mostly Ling Lurker army, so that's very supply efficient. So even though you see way more army supply for Cure, it's not as crazy as if he was going for DRG was going for something else. Now look at that, insane good connections there with the Banes. Some Lurkers run up. It doesn't feel like they're quite doing enough.
Yeah, there's still that one Lurker burrow there. A scan comes down. It looks like that Lurker will be taken out, excuse me. And I think we're going to start seeing Cure take control of this game, and we might end up seeing a GG here.
Yeah,
it seems like he's beginning to just close in on DRG.
Okay, it looks like he's going to try to take out some of these tanks, but it's not going so efficiently right now. Okay, the Lings are taking out tanks. More Lings coming in to take out the few bio units that are left over.
Yeah, he actually does take those tanks out, so the position is no longer solid for Terran, but I think, if I'm getting a good read on this, it seems like the reinforcements may come in here. It still might be a little bit too much for DRG to handle, but let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, no, that's a tough army. He does not have enough to hold that off right now. Looks like some decent Baneling connections, but that's it.
Yeah,
that was a really interesting game. I think that DRG had a lot of power early on. I really liked his upgrade timings, but Cure was just slightly more efficient in every way. I wonder about the Ling style into Lurker, because it feels kind of like there's a little bit of overlap there.
Yeah, and also, when you have a limited number of Lurkers and Lings, there's a lot of little tactics micro-wise you can do to fight that, and we saw that, especially in that skirmish over in the bottom left, where the Lings are attacking the Lurker's burrow, and the Marines just run back and fish the Lings towards them and kill them. And Terran, you basically get to pick your fights. It's why Lurkers are profoundly strong for turtling, but it does not help with growth. You have to seize an area, control it, and keep it. And we're actually about to start game 2. I'll get into that in a second. All right, let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도. 아프리카 프린스 DRG 악수.
I want to talk a little bit,
Yeah.
again, about the choice of DRG to go Lurker there. And I mentioned I didn't think that it really pairs with Lings correctly. Let me talk about the theory behind that for a second. Right, Lurkers are an extremely long-range siege type unit. Okay, you can liken them to old-school swarm hosts. You can liken them to siege tanks, to colossi, a little bit less to colossi, broodlords. Really, their closest things are like siege tanks or broodlords. Okay.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's a little bit slower.
It has to set up to start to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, flanking it really works super well. It can't be left alone, really.
Right.
These are important aspects to it. Now, for instance, whenever we see anyone go Ling Bane, you generally don't see them try to go into broods from that because it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't transition into the broods, because broodlords need some weight underneath them. They need like roaches or hydras or some large amount of infestors and queens, right? They need something, basically these big siege units, they need higher health, like tankier stuff near them.
Yeah.
This is why we see Ling Bane go into Ultra a lot, because you're actually adding some health, adding some damage to that composition. And that's why we see things like Ling Bane Hydra. Well, I mean, that one's a little bit different. We don't really see that comp as much anymore, so let me back up from that. But yeah, to go from Lings into Lurkers, they don't truly pair that well. Like, I know that's a composition, like, for instance, in Brood War or something, but this is a bit different. And it's like you were saying, there's micro tactics you can use against that. Pull back, the Lings will get baited into the army and die. Lings are not going to tank a whole lot for Ultras, right?
Yeah.
Banes, I mean, not Ultras, for Lurkers.
No, I knew what you meant, yeah.
And, like, for instance, Banes and Lurkers actually have a lot in common with what they end up doing, right? It's like splash damage. Anyways, I don't think that, like, I liked a lot of the things about the way DRG was playing, and I like Lurkers against Terran. I think they're very cool, and I think that we're going to learn a lot about that in the coming couple years. But to go into it in that way, it didn't feel quite right.
Yeah, well, you know, Lurkers are kind of funny because they're one of those units where, when isolated, they suck. Like, tanks are like this. Like, a tank is like StarCraft 1 or 2. The tank has been one of the most damaging, powerful units in the game. But if you get a tank alone, you can isolate it, you can kill it. There's tactics you can use against it. And the Lurker is a little bit like that. If you don't quite have enough stuff, it was pretty easy, for instance, back there with Cure to untangle the defense of DRG and get in there. And then, I think especially in that last game, that was a game where it was like not, I think, one fight that turned the tide. It was instead a game where there was a lot of just engagements where the Zerg didn't trade efficiently.
Yeah, there were. We saw it from the very first one at the 4th base onwards. There was a lot of engagements like that.
So we're on a new map. This map, it seems like in the TVZs we get to cast on it, that it's one where both the Terran and the Zerg tend to grow going up on the map. We don't see a lot of attention on the lower platform. We'll see if it's going to be a factor this time around. And I would imagine this is a game where as Terran develops, we have the gold base taken first. I like that CC block. That's very cute. Is he actually going to force that to cancel? I think he is. That's actually very cool.
That's awesome.
The SUV does not build as fast as those legs do damage, and that's very annoying to have the third command center delayed.
Look at that.
Yeah.
What a great little link counter. Force cancel. The Hellions come back. 2 SCVs killed and lost mining time. Some high quality link harassment. And of course we saw the drop over here. Didn't really do much. DRG was ready for it. Evolution Chambers on the way now for DRG.
And now the Liberator's going to come through the bottom here and continue to try to do some harassment here. But again, that link counter attack, that really paid for itself. That was really nice. And especially, you know, the third command center is probably the most pivotal expansion for Terran to get. I mean, right now, Legacy of the Void's in a state where everybody gets their second base up, like, at the same time. You don't have to be a high-ranked player to get your second base up, right? It's just part of the build order, you know?
Yeah.
But delaying the third, this could actually factor into quite a bit later on down here.
Sure. We saw some fancy micro tried from DRG, failed it a little bit there. Does have his 1-1 on the way, layers starting now. Third command center is going up for Cure. Kind of assume he's going to take the golden base. That's what we've seen mostly from
that seems to be the trend, is you take the gold base. And the Zerg, it's funny, it's sort of a yin and yang as far as expansions go. The Zerg seems to want to take the gold base last on this map. Is try to do some defensive play. Oh, hold on a sec. We got these Hellions doing a lot of damage over here. This is actually pretty huge.
Yeah, that's a lot of kill drones.
Yeah, that's almost all the drones at that base. So 15 kills there. But just to what I was saying a second ago, yeah, this is a funny map because we see the Zergs take every base but the gold base.
Yeah.
They want to just expand as far away, and because Terran gets the gold, and that complements the push because it's further out on the map, so it's easier to defend, and you want a forward position. But it seems like the game plan for Zerg on this map is to basically just let them mine out the gold base and win after that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of times we see Muta on this map, which will harass that gold quite a bit. But yeah, as far as Zerg goes, you want to expand away. And those top right bases are much harder to push than the gold. You can harass it so well as Terran as well. It's just not really that worthwhile for Zerg.
Yeah, it's a funny feature on the map is that in this map, that upper right base that's actually being taken right now, that is so far away for the Zerg that it's just it's hard to push. We actually see some games where Terrans will just, instead of trying to wipe out bases, which is the most general way to win a StarCraft game, they'll actually be pushing more towards the main. Try to just kill the hive.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a drop coming in here.
Yeah, triple medevac, not completely full, but brings in enough lings that he does have to pick that up. So good defense there from DRG. DRG is going for mutas, which is the standard on this map, really. Lingbane muta, definitely the way that Zergs have been playing it.
Yeah, so, sorry, go ahead, please.
Kier's just kind of unloading here.
Yeah, this is kind of
really
an
do
odd
much,
spot to drop. I don't know.
It's like he's,
what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, he's trying to get everything out at once to get some sort of engage, but
yeah,
not finding much.
And he's just continuing to roam here. I mean, I guess you got to take what you can get, right? If you can kill an Overlord or creep tumors or whatever, you might as well go for it.
As well.
And I got to say, DRG's creep spread is actually pretty good this game.
Not anymore.
Yeah, it was.
It was looking pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely Kier's come through and carved this out, but I'm worried for DRG here. I feel like this game is starting to resemble Game 1, where Kier is just sort of taking a lead here and there and everywhere.
Yeah, he is being a bit more efficient, but it is a different unit set, right? Like, we have some mutas on the way. We'll see when that Baneling speed gets started. It's interesting to watch how late he's willing to get it. But he's really pushing out that creep spread. It is still looking pretty good, to be honest, even after some good clearing going on. And, you know, with the mutas, I think he's going to have a better mid-game fighting set of units, which is where he kind of went wrong with the basically pure Ling in the last game.
Yeah, well, mutas start to negate the ability for the Terran player to drop and control the Zerg's position on the map here. And it looks like this time is finally here, like in this game. Like, there's no... I don't think the Terran's going to be present on the map anymore. So now I think it's going to come down to whether or not Terran can have a push where they're able to actually take a huge fight and win it and start to then erase bases. And it's no longer a game about harassing and trying to hurt the Zerg in various ways that way.
You know, it's kind of interesting. We see just like Cure is kind of shaving down the edges of DRG everywhere. He's been picking off Overlords. His Mind Connects have been pretty good, picking off Lings here and there. But DRG is getting pretty damn big, man. He's at 85 drones. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a pretty big economy. His 2-2 is finishing up here as well, just in line with Kier. And now he's flying around with the mutas, right? So these medevacs just definitely not going to do as well as they have been.
Yeah, and this is really where you can see clearly the mutas cannot, or the Marines, I should say, cannot really take fights and hold their position. If you have to pick up, the mutas are going to snipe the medevac, and then it's going to start to snowball, and you're going to get further and further behind here. And we've got another base actually coming here for DRG. This one, the other base at the very, very top of the map. And this is pretty much the last base Zerg takes before the gold base.
Yeah, well, it seems like that base is what decides almost every TVZ on this map.
I think you're right.
It's the base that Terran will end up pushing. Your creep gets there last. There's a natural choke on the ramp going up to it. And there's some positions where you can be like outside it on low ground where it's harder for Lingbane to hit. So we'll see if that's how this game ends up skewing, but most likely that's what we've seen.
Yeah, and the mutas are going to come in here and start to try to
He has
hit
mines in here, Tasis.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, he does. I didn't see that.
At
Damn.
least one, at least one.
But the mutas are still now doing damage. This is pretty well timed out. They came in here right before the turrets were finished. And he's going to get chased out here. And I think what you said a second ago, Artosis, is totally correct. Is that this base here in the very upper right, as far as Zerg bases go, that's the one that's going to be pushed, this new one that's being taken here. Because it seems like on this map, the more games we cast on it at least, there is no easy spot for Terran to push up until this point of the game.
Yeah, regularly they'll push the fourth on most maps, but the fourth here, the way that all Zergs expand straight up, is the furthest away map from base from Terran on the whole map. So it's like impossible to push. So you have to push the fifth. But you have a gold base, so it's like kind of okay, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so the Marines are all forking out here. Great counterattack coming in here. He's going to go right on top of this planetary. The planetary will be killed off. And now we got to see, is the Terran going to be able to push into here and do enough damage? We're at the point in the game where now the Terran has a position, and I think out of all the maps we have, this is the one that comes the latest, but a position where he can try to push in and maybe win the game.
Well, he's about to have 3-3 pretty quickly here, and that's very late for DRG, which is pretty normal anyways, right? Getting that hive a bit later for him. Let's see. I mean, he has a lot of Lings. He has a lot of Banes. His army supply a bit lower, but it is mostly Ling Bane, so very efficient.
And now Zerg is finally going to take that gold base. And it's funny, because as the Zerg takes that gold base, this is when the Terran's gold base is usually dried up. And so any momentum that Terran had in the matchup, it starts to deteriorate. But that being said, the Terran does get to try to squeeze into the upper left bases finally, and we kind of see the game go from there.
DRG actually expanding to the low ground as well, which or the low ground, the bottom of the map, I guess we should say, from his main base. We haven't seen that as often, so kind of exciting to see that. Ultralisk Cavern is on the way, and that is definitely what he needs, especially considering he's been at over 90 drone economy for a very long time.
Yeah.
So once he actually gets into his Ultras, like, look at his bank. His bank is starting to look pretty healthy here. You add some Ultras into this army, it becomes really much harder for Kier to deal with.
So, with the gold base mining out, it actually ends up, like, it's almost unintentional, but it opens up a pathway where you can then start to push into that lower platform. And we did see, we saw Kier scan down there and see that a hatchery's making, so we might actually see some action over there.
Oh, I didn't realize he had scanned that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's going to want to send something there, most likely. All right, huge amount of Bioballoon across the map. Look at this, 131 army supply for Kier. We're at about 106 for DRG, and he is maxed out. Very heavy on the drones this game. Let's see what these Banes and Lings can end up doing. It's a very heavy Bane army, but he doesn't quite have 3-3.
Yeah, he's got a very good spread here as well with the Marauders over here in the front. The Lings and Bane's going to come in. That was definitely an overextension. Ooh. I do like this counterattack over here, but again, I'm worried that this push here from Kier is going to have the muscle to end the game.
It could. It's definitely a possibility. It looks like his counterattacks are doing reasonably well, so maybe there won't be too many reinforcements. Oh, the Banes actually connect there with one of the mines. Ooh.
Yeah, Terran still has some serious presence here. 3-3 is about to finish up here for the Zerg, but let's see if Kier can push further forward here.
DRG's about to have his upgrades though, right? He's got 3-3,
Yeah.
he's got chitinous. We don't have ultras yet, but a lot of lings, a lot of banes, still a decent bane from him as well.
Yeah, I like this expansion Terran's taken. This is cute. This didn't actually occur to me. I kind of in my head always imagined that Terran has to kind of take the same order as a Zerg as far as ringing around the edges of the map, but I guess you might as well take that one because it's going to be more free later on, the base in the upper left.
Sure. Maybe a little bit more defendable or something. A little bit closer for Terran to get to.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like DRG gonna put on some pressure here with his Ling Bane Muta. Ultras finally starting to be produced. Again, those are going to be very hard for Kier to deal with.
And the Ultras basically give the Zerg the ability to sustain and fights a lot longer. But hold on, we got a big attack coming up over here. And there is just not enough Terran to actually defend this. So this base is taken out. It's funny, we were talking about Terran taking that instead of the upper left, but that is a quicker attack location for the Zerg to try to hit.
Just constant Ling Bane flooding in everywhere. This is part of what happens when you let Zerg have 95 drones for a big chunk of the game. He's just got never-ending Ling Bane at this point.
Okay, and now this is a pretty insane moment here in this game because he's going to push into this base, take this out, but now he's going to have access to the hive. Yeah. And this is one of the ways that only a Zerg can lose a game. Is that structure is so important, and generally a lot of significant tech is inside the main base. That's just the way the game goes.
He has his pool in there. That is the most important building for him right now.
Yeah, you never think of spawning pool as tech, but it is very important tech to lose in the late game.
Yeah, you have quite a while of not being able to make any units if you lose that thing.
Everything needs to be paired with Zerglings in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
GG.
All right. You know, both these games kind of flowing pretty easily to one side or the other, but I think both sides played well in both games too, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
But this, in my opinion, was a much more cohesive strategy from DRG. The Ling Bane Muta into Ultra rather than Lings into Lurker. I think something like that works a lot better. Now we're going to go into Pillars of Gold next.
Yeah, the thing about Golden Wall, man, is that that's like the way that Zerg wins, or the way that DRG wins, I should say, on that map, that's how all Zergs tend to win, is you just sort of have the game stretch out, the Terran runs out of funding, and then you get the gold base, and that's when you can tip the game into your favor. And I thought Kier maybe had a shot. He didn't, but this is a different map and a much more pushable one. So let's see what happens in Game 3.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도. 아프리카 프린스 DRG 박수.
So yeah, like I was saying earlier, that map, again, it's kind of hard for Terran to win with a push because there's not a really good spot to push into.
Yeah.
This map is different. I think you're much, every new base is much more, it's reasonable to think a Terran can win a fight there and kill the position.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, something that we saw recently was utilizing from Dream against Armani. We saw him utilizing those destructible rocks that weren't torn down yet to end up killing that kind of like pocketed fourth base. Because if you take the fourth anywhere else, it's really far away as Zerg, right? So that's generally where you're going to see the fourth, is that one that's like kind of tucked in towards the main. So we could see something like that out of Kier for sure.
Yeah, and I think DRG is showing like just an overall much cleaner game in that last game. It seemed like there was a little bit of hiccups in Game 1. He definitely took some fights he probably shouldn't have taken, you know?
Yeah, he just kind of engaged poorly a few times. Mine hits were reasonable, and then he got into a composition that didn't fully gel.
So far for this game, I think it's going to be a pretty passive start here. We got quick expansions going around. I imagine this is going to be a game like a lot of other TBZs we see, where it's going to be about Terran trying to push the 4th base while he's taking his 3rd base.
Well, that's classic TVZ. Maybe not on Golden Wall because of where that 4th base is located, but other than that.
I have a question for you, actually. Do you think that Golden Wall favors Zerg and ZVT?
Yeah.
Because it's like just there's expansions.
It's a bit too big, and the 4th base is basically impossible to kill.
Yeah.
You can't, like, it's a base when they take it, you're like, well, we'll kill him some other way.
What am I going to do?
Whereas classic TVZ is so oftentimes just about, like, okay, put the pressure on the 4th. Even if you don't kill the 4th, sometimes you start getting good trades there.
Yeah.
Which can lead you into a better push later on, things like that. And if you're not keeping pressure on Zerg, then they just get however many drones they want. DRG was on 95 drones that game.
It was pretty insane.
Well, 94 for a huge chunk of it, which basically allowed him to make Infinity Banes and just, you know, only engage on creep. How are you going to stop Infinity Banes on creep?
It's a funny thing about the map, because when we first had it introduced in GSL, I would look at it and think, well, I mean, this is probably pretty good for Terran, right? There's a gold base that's easy to take as your 3rd, and gold bases are so pivotal on most maps. You know, that there's entire strategies centered around them. And then what's funny is that's a map where the Terran basically gets a free gold base and can't even capitalize on it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think gold bases mostly affect, they're really good for Zerg against Protoss and for Protoss against Terran.
Yeah.
I think that those are the 2 areas where gold bases
are
strongest.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah. I think it doesn't affect Terran quite as much. Like, mules don't gain anything from gold base, for instance.
That's a good point.
You can kind of make a gold base yourself by dropping all your mules at a new location. But yeah, actually, to be perfectly honest, I think Golden Wall would be a better map if the top right and top left expansions were just taken out.
Oh,
if you made Zerg take that other base as a 4th, I think that would be a much more interesting
that's
map.
actually a really interesting way to try to improve that map. Because the thing about Golden Wall is I like the idea of the 2 platforms.
Yeah, the ideas behind the map are fantastic. It's just the more it gets figured out, the more one-sided it seems.
Yeah. Like, there's definitely issues on both sides, and one race is able to capitalize on it.
Okay, we have a very, very different build coming out of Kira here that we need to talk about, too.
Yeah,
he is rushing to Liberator range. Our observer showing where he might be setting up said Liberator. Obviously, we saw kind of, later spires, later layers from DRG, so this could be kind of a stylistic, a choice against the style of DRG, right? Because if you have a ranged Liberator that's in the right location on the right map and your opponent doesn't have a spire, you're just kind of like, oh, I guess, like, I don't get to mine from these patches anymore.
Right, yeah. No, if you're in the wrong tech, you're in a lot of trouble here. And I think this is very cool to be seen from Kier here.
Yeah, and here's what I'm hoping. I want to see the medevac upgrade, too, since he has a Fusion Core and he's going bio. Because normally we see the Fusion Core, when we see it early on, it's like BCs, which oftentimes go into mech. So we never get to see that medevac upgrade, but I think it's actually better than people give it credit for.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. So we're going to see this strategy introduced in a second here. The Liberator's actually headed up here.
You know, I'm thinking back to the various forms of the medevac boost upgrade. And I'm like, the only person I can remember off the top of my head using it was Kelliger. I literally can't remember anyone else using it.
Yeah, it's rare we even bring it up in a cast, to be honest.
No.
Okay, so you can see this is set up here, and if you don't have anti-air, it's like, what do you do? Yeah.
You just don't mind from 2 of your patches.
There's just a degree of dishonesty of what can be shot in that circle, you know? The drone's like actually out of the circle, and it's like, nah, it's close enough.
Yeah. You have to be really careful. You basically have to, yeah, look at this. See how the drones keep going over?
Yeah.
You have, like, in the early game, you know how you compared workers to mineral patches with
you
the
can
right
like
clicks?
sync them up correctly.
To redo that on this base for some of your patches right now is so annoying because you're so busy doing so many things at the moment.
Oh, this is a great counterattack here. This is damage that DRG needs to pull off here because right now he's been taking a lot of heat from these Liberators.
Yeah, that was nice harassment right there. 7 SCVs. Very, very nice. My God, the drone kills just keep going up.
Yeah, and you can see this sweet spot over here. I think that Spore that just got picked up can get over there and hit it. I'm not totally sure.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, it can actually hit that.
He scooted it over. But still, he's getting some sick damage done with these Liberators. Very much worth it, I would say. course, when you're going for that early upgrade, it's going to slow down some of the other things that you're doing.
No, these Liberators have definitely paid for themselves here. I will say I think DRG did a good job with the counterattack, though, with those Lings, but this is all setting up, and now we have that 4th base being taken, and pretty soon here, Kira is going to be pushing in and trying to end this game, and we're going to see how much damage actually added up here when the final fight comes down.
Oh, with 2-2 coming here for DRG's pretty much where he wants to be. He actually just canceled Baneling Speed to get +1 in his mutas on the way. There is a second factory being made by Cure. I believe what he's going to do probably is get like Drilling Claws, Thors, you know, and Reactor Mines to try to fight against this Ling Bane muta presence that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, and these mutas are hatching now, and like we mentioned in Game 1, when the mutas are actually out, first of all, the Liberators, like we're going to see right here, they're just going to be killed off. But the next part is that you can't medevac drop and get away with it if you're not going to win the fight already. You know, Terrans that tend to overextend a lot will lose once mutas are out.
Ooh, look at this move. He's trying to snipe this base so hard. I don't know if he's actually going to get it, though. Speed Bane's mixed in here.
Yeah, there was a period where it looked like he might have taken it, but he has been chased away.
Yeah, it seems like DRG is just going to end up holding it.
Yeah, but I'll say Kira's handling this pretty well.
Yeah.
There's going to be more reinforcements meeting up here, so this is going to swing back into the Terran's favor. And again, it's this fight over a very weak 4th base, by the way.
Yeah,
I believe that base is in the red health.
Well, hopefully he has some transfusion energy there for it. Oh, man, no, it's
yeah,
bleeding pretty heavily right now.
So when you plant the mines here, this gives you a really good position to kite backwards. And from there, oh, actually, you know what? I guess Zerg does have enough. I stand corrected. I thought that was going to go a little bit better for Kira.
Well, when you see a hatchery that bloody, man, it's a Bruce Willis hatchery right there.
It's walking on glass with bare feet.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how bloody
joke
it gets.
we said a long time ago? Bruce Willis is like a guy who's very good as an actor at looking like he's about to bleed to death, but not quite dying.
Yeah. He's got a very good, tired, I have a headache voice.
I have a headache, but I'm going to kill the bad guys,
yeah.
You know.
God, I loved his movies as a kid.
He still makes movies, you know.
Does he?
Some of them are
I don't
straight
know
to
anything
DVD,
about
though.
movies anymore because I live here. So I have no idea what's being made.
Did you see Tenet?
Dude, no. But I just found out that there's a new Bill and Ted movie, and I cannot wait to watch it.
I didn't know that. There's going to be a new Bill and Ted. Excellent.
It's already out.
What?
It's already out. Yeah, I know.
I had no idea.
No one told me.
Yeah, I didn't get the memo on that.
Living out here, it's like there's some of the big blockbuster movies get released out here, but we don't hear about so many.
Well,
movies.
you and I are not actually, let's be frank, we're not really movie people.
Yeah.
Like, I think last time we went to a movie was one of the Star Wars ones that I wanted to erase my memory after because it was so bad. Because Star Wars is not good anymore.
Yeah.
I did go see.
That was probably
I did go see Tenet.
Okay.
Halfway through, I found myself walking backwards out of the.
Oh, really?
theater.
It was bad?
No, you have to see the movie to get the joke. No, actually,
okay.
it was good. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
It gets a taste of signature of approval.
Oh, that's rare.
Yes. I'm not a movie guy.
No. Well, you hate movies, actually.
No, I do not like going to movies, generally, unless it's going to be really
You
good.
prefer to get your bad stories out of video games.
Yes, I do. I'll play a video game with a bad story any day. So we got Terran again pushing in here. Looks like he's going to be able to snipe the Thor, and I think the rest can be cleaned up easily. You're way out of his league in that fight there. Curie is also going to be taking a 4th. I think he's floating that down there now at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but DRG right now, he's got his 5th up. He's got a really healthy drone count once again, right? He's on 86. It's not quite the numbers that we saw in the previous game, but still very, very good. His hive a little over halfway done. A lot of roaming now with these mutas. I love that he practically took out that Thor in the last battle. Definitely a very important thing if you're going to fly around with them like this.
Yeah, just coming in here and seeing if there's any damage he can actually pull off. Zerg's also expanding into the very, very upper left corner here.
Like that.
Yeah, this is
especially if he's harassing over on that side with his mutas too. It like kind of just buys time for that to be alive. And I mean, you got to commit quite a bit to the top left to kill that. It's just so far away from everything.
So things have quieted down on the Terran side. It looks like he doesn't have that moment where the big push is going to come through here and end it. He's going to have to try to mass up and come in here again. And it looks like he's going to try to do that by coming through the very middle of the map. But I think with the amount of gas that Zerg has, he's going to have so many Banelings. It's going to be very, very tough for Terran to deal with.
Yeah, that's a fact right there. If you have enough Banelings, it's hard for anyone to deal with
Banelings can basically solve any problem in StarCraft 2.
If you have enough
If you have enough money. Whoa, I said that, and then all those Banelings are killed by one mine, but usually I'm right.
Oh, that okay. I was like, did he hit detonate?
Yeah, that was
holy
really weird.
crap. Well, that was a good mine then, let me tell you.
Yeah, that was very nice. So the push continues on up here. And let's see if this can do enough damage. Terran needs to set up the Widow Mines here. The Widow Mines operate in a lot of ways like the Siege tanks. And if the Widow Mines get good connects on the Banelings and the Zerg doesn't trade favorably, and then the fight will seesaw back into the Terran's favor.
Well, you know, here I really like what DRG is trying to do here. Look at just the count of Banelings. It is insane. He's literally starting to connect with cores at this point. Looks like Kira going to continue to push up into there. That is where the Ultralisk Cavern is, and it's making chitinous, so that's actually really painful. The Ultras are a very important step in this process.
Okay,
bad place for that.
Yeah, now Terran has won this fight over here. Let's see if they're going to try to clean it up afterwards. But it's pretty hard to take back with a little win that Terran has. And Zerg is going to win this fight. I was going to say this is important because there's a base to the right of this that if Terran wins that fight, he then kills that other base too.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
probably wins the game.
You know, I think, in my opinion, though, one of the big problems here is the loss of that Ultralisk Cavern.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he still has a lot of workers. He has a big economy. And Kira is starting to hurt a little bit. But he has to basically do this all now with Ling Bane Muta. And I wonder if that's going to be enough for Kira to be able to come back.
Okay, 3-3 is about to finish here on both sides as we're getting into endgame. So Zerg is reclaiming that base. Terran is actually, if you look at the mini-map, there's a 4th CC that's being floated down to the bottom right. I'm very curious if Kira can actually hold that. Because we're almost to the point where there's no more expansions on the map. You know?
Yeah, it's getting chewed up. That happens a lot on this map.
Yeah, this is actually a great map. It usually makes for pretty epic games.
Yeah, I do like the map.
Yeah.
I do like those.
Okay, so these banes are going to spill in here. And this is great play here by DRG, doing so much damage. And I think we're going to start to see DRG probably begin to take this game. It seems like there's not very much defense here. Terran did their very best to try to push in and try to do damage and take out expansions, but now these mutants are like a giant wrecking ball coming through here and just taking out all these bases. And again, Terran has the bottom right now. I don't imagine that Kira will keep it.
He needs to, though, like you said. Like, he needs everything to... He needs to be left alone for a minute.
Yeah.
He's having a hard time getting his economy and his army back together. Does have a lot of Marauders in here, but of course that does not help him too much against the Mutas.
Right.
See a very decked out defense at the bottom right. Of course, not Baneling proof though. See if DRG spots it and tries to do anything to it coming up.
So right now, Terran is one wave of Banelings away from possibly getting knocked out of this game. If Zerg gets a really good engage, there's just not going to be a whole lot you can do.
The army he's made here, though, is pretty impervious to Banelings.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Marauders, and he's been doing a very good job of spreading that out.
Can't quite repair that turret enough.
Yeah, and I think this position's lost. Is Terran going to try to come down here and defend this? Is that the game plan?
Look at this efficiency, though. That was like a lot of Banelings used to try to clear that. It looks like Kira is going to bring enough units over to force that away. But DRG's not taking any damage to some of these bases, right? Like, top left is just fine. His 5th base is just fine as well. So even though Kira is starting to trade better again, I don't feel like he's making enough headway.
Yeah, no,
it's it's an inefficient trade for DRG, but he's got 91 drones on him, so that's okay.
You know, these little Ling counterattacks of like a dozen Lings are doing so much in this game. All right, Zerg is starting to spill through over here, and again, these Banelings can connect with their targets on the Marines. GG, DRG takes it. Great series.
Oh, wow, yeah. I gotta say, it's like just the style that DRG uses, where it's super drone heavy, and then the most supply efficient units in the game.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, they die every time you use them, so it pairs perfectly with over droning into nearly 100 drones each game.
Yeah.
It's just, there's not even like a tempo play you can look for, right?
No,
like
I don't
with
think
that
so.
type of economy, like he refills his money, so all the veins can be spent, and then he just remakes them. It's a very hard thing to combat, but I think Kira did a reasonable job throughout the series. It's just DRG.
DRG is just too strong, man.
Yeah, that's his EVT is pretty damn good sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to be getting out of this group, but we got a short break up next. Solar vs. Zest, do not go away.
Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, but you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know, I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 프림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이점 수리끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16. Q. DRG. Solar. Zest. Africa TV. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
What is up, everybody? We're back, and we're going to go to Solar versus Zest. We just wrapped up a very good best of 3 here with Cure versus DRG.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Cure probably regretting picking DRG there. Don't think that was the best matchup for him, but he did an all right job. Coming up next with Solar against Zest. I think this is just a very good match.
This is going to be a cool match for sure.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Solar taking this.
You know, Zest is funny. Like, he's sometimes the greatest player ever.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's only when he has a push that he knows will win. Do you know what I mean? He innovated a lot, especially early on in Legacy of the Void, but it seems like the longer any iteration of StarCraft 2 is out, the more that Zerg seem to get the upper hand against him specifically.
Yeah, well, his style is all about maximization, and so in new metas, he generally pops up and does a very good job. He figures something out.
Yeah.
And then everyone in the world copies him, sometimes for months, and everything he
So
figured
true.
out gets figured out.
Yeah.
Like, he led the Protoss metagame on so many times. Like, I can actually make a gigantic
almost 2
list
years.
of things that he basically invented.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, he is...
No, he innovates, everybody seizes it, and then they figure out how to make it obsolete, and then he's... Here he is. You know what I'm saying? It's a funny thing.
He goes up and down, but still one of the most accomplished Protoss of all time.
Absolutely. Map 1 would be Pillars of Gold. Our game is ready. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 카이즈 게임, 솔라, 강민수. 위주요 엣지 게임, 제스트, 주성.
Well, I'm excited to see what Zest will bring, because if he brings something new, that's when you really got to look at it, right? Because that's something that you mentioned sometimes is like, well, Zest always does the same thing. It's like, well, he figures, the thing is, when he brings something new, it's pretty figured out and he's going to smash.
Yeah.
And it's like he generally will bring builds, strategies that he has optimized very well and has a lot of confidence in. Thing is, yeah, people will copy him and it'll all get figured out eventually. But yeah, I guess I'm just excited because, you know, with Zest, again, he has invented and refined so many strategies for Protoss that, like, He's more of a meta shifter than anyone, I think, for the race.
This is a thing about certain players in RTS where there are the people, like the players that first got good at StarCraft 2 are oftentimes not the same players that stayed good at StarCraft 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and you know, StarCraft 2 has had obviously different expansions, and some of the patches have like really radically changed the game, right? But it does seem like there's a certain type of player that can show up to a new RTS and then basically solve a huge part of the meta early on, but then can't adapt later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the game becomes more and more and more mechanical.
Yeah.
It becomes full of people like Zest who are just going to get so good at doing certain aspects of builds.
Right. But then the thing about Zest is he's not the guy that becomes the best at that. He knows how to get there. He's not the best at doing it. Does that make sense? Or do you disagree?
I disagree slightly.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that his execution is top tier.
Okay.
Like he's a 2-time GSL champion for a reason.
Sure.
At the top of the world in many regards. So, no, I think his execution's good, but yeah, it's just sometimes his stuff gets a little figured out.
yeah, he gets mapped
but
out.
But because it's so good.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's funny, too, because, like, take someone like SOS, right? Like, some of the stuff he does is so out there. I don't feel like Zest is that type of player. Like, he comes in with a very robust, calculated Protoss play. But, yeah, it does seem like players adapt to it. And, by the way, this game, I mean, if there was a player I ever thought of when it came to one upgrade like Glaives, it would be Zest.
Yeah.
Well, and here he is doing that again.
It's another one that he fully optimized for Katowice this year. Got second place, only losing to Rogue.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely a build he's good at. Now, this is a Ling Flood from Solar. And he's brought a lot of drones as well for the drill.
What am
Oh
I
my god,
seeing
and the
here?
drones are actually blocking any buildings that can be made here.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is
he's just going to
disgusting.
get a free win right there.
Oh, it's wrong.
It is wrong.
It's wrong. Oh, there should be laws about this. What am I seeing? This is so cool.
The drones, that was the beautiful part of this.
The ladder is ruined for everybody this week.
Dude, like,
have fun trying to expand Protoss players.
The drone just popped in and blocked all the buildings that could be built.
That is so genius.
Crazy.
Oh, we're in the middle of something right now. Everything's changed now. Wow. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Well.
Oh my god. That's
maybe Protoss is finally going to get their door.
Protosses are going extinct. It's over. The Pandas are going to outlast the Protosses. That much I will tell you.
The thing is, he actually left his units at home, which means you should be able to hold on against something like this. Between your units delaying the Lings, killing the Lings, and buying time for you to build more wall behind your wall. But with the drones coming in, there was just nothing he could do. You saw the drones move back and forth. They were just trying to block anything extra being built to stop the Lings from flooding in. As soon as the Adept died, that was it.
I got so much to say about that. That was so crazy. Zest just got scumbagged, too.
He really got scumbagged.
Yeah, he got scumbagged that game.
Yeah.
Damn. All over the world, cheese is being invented in so many different ways right now. All right, guys, game 2. Let's see how this one goes.
GSL을 위하여. 카이즈 게임 솔라 강민수. Read your edge game, Zest, 주성.
So this is one of these things that it's always been part of RTS, right? Is because you're playing on this map, like a board, basically. You know, you can a building can't be made if there's a unit present, right? And this has always led to exploits in RTS games where you think, okay, well, I can build on top of where they want to build, or I can have a unit that runs there. I mean, a classic example is the Protoss probe running underneath the Zerg drone so it can't become a hatchery, right? But that was an example of a Zerg player coming in and using the drones. And I mean, the drones do damage, but it's not why they're sent. They're sent to eat up surface area so that the Protoss cannot sandbag the rush.
Yeah. because they can drill through the unit in the wall.
Right.
And I mean, they do add damage to the adept, which is important.
Sure,
You know,
yeah.
It breaks through a little bit
But
quicker.
most importantly, it takes up surface area.
Yes.
And it can mind move. You can through all that.
Yeah. And to be like, just to make this clear for people, if that pops up on the ladder and you're getting frustrated by it, that is extremely all in. If you just build a building so the drones can't drill all the way through, the Zerg is dead. Because they have now not only barely made any drones, but like he had 21 or 22 drones, I believe, during that, and he brought 6 or 7 drones. So like he had nothing mining, man. He had nothing going on.
Yeah.
Other than that rush. So if you have any idea that that's coming, you just build you build an extra pylon behind, a shield battery, whatever.
Right.
The drones can't drill through that. You lose your one adept, and that's it.
Yeah, no, it's you're completely right. I mean,
it's a one use
I think this to someone who is not as familiar with how the economics of the game works out, you just think that, okay, their drones are now in the fight. Yeah, if you hold that, they have literally wasted all that mining time that all those workers could have been gathering resources for, and you win the game. The thing is, though, is it's very clear when Zerg does that, they're confident they don't need to worry about anything after that moment. You know?
That's what an all-in is,
Yeah.
right? You're all in. You push all your chips to the center, and may the better man or the scummier man win.
Scummier man in this case.
Yeah.
By the way, we got Void Ray tech coming in here. So Void Rays are becoming more and more of a thing here in StarCraft 2 and in this season at GSL.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to end up doing with this play. Obviously, we saw Zound quite a bit using some Void Rays. Not sure what Zest's plan will end up being. Obviously, you can clean out Overlords relatively quickly.
Yeah, the Void Ray tends to not become a high-value unit the longer the game goes on. There are certain units that seem to lose equity the longer the game is allowed to progress. And there were periods where the Void Ray wasn't really used that much at all.
None at all.
Yeah, like literally it was like, what is that unit? Is that a flying pylon? What is that thing? You know?
Yeah. Historically, it's maybe
I think it was
the worst unit.
I think it was used the most in Wings of Liberty, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It was a bunch of cheesy Void Ray rushes.
Yeah, they were better back then. Also, Corruptors were worse. Vikings were worse. And people were worse at macro because the Void Ray specifically is a unit that doesn't scale particularly well. Doesn't do particularly well against things like splash damage. Vipers didn't exist back then. You know, Psystorm wasn't used in PvP.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Okay, this is the exciting one. We're seeing Zest do something new. So
All
he
right.
has some sort of plan, some sort of vision for how the game can be played a bit differently in this matchup.
Yeah. So what is it now? He's making another Void Ray.
It's going to be Mass Void.
It's going to be Mass Void Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope this works.
Oh, I think it'll work. I think it'll work.
I'm really excited by this. Yeah. Well, we were just talking about how Void Rays don't scale well, and here's the thing: I think we're right. I don't think it's like, oh no, this is actually
whatever
the only
we see probably won't be around for that long.
Yeah. No, this is one of these things where because all these guys play so much and people that are watching watch so much, we're used to the certain patterns of the game, kind of the ebb and flow of it. And so what he's done is he's made one Void Ray, which isn't crazy. We've seen that here and there. But behind it, he's actually just going to not stop making Void Rays, only make Void Rays. And there's a chance that Zerg just doesn't have the right unit composition and is thrown off balance and loses the game.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this, man. Like, he's making 3 Voids at a time right now. Aspire just started. Solar doesn't know what's going on. He's seen an Oracle, he's seen 2 Voids. That's his intel. Oh, now he's seen 3. He's seen 3 Voids now.
And there's a number where you start to see, you go, okay, what is going on here?
Yeah, and like with this Spire, I would imagine you can't go Corruptor. Because Voids will do well against Corruptors if they're anywhere near similar numbers.
Right.
But Spire just in general, I don't think should be the way to answer this, right?
You think he wants to go Mass Muta and just...
If you go Muta, like, they'll just go into Phoenix and you're dead, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah,
So,
you have a backup tech.
I think that when you see him, maybe at first you're thinking Corruptor, but are you going to go Corruptor against this many Voids?
So now he knows, by the way. This is the moment where he knows he's supposed to
Dude, yeah, I think Mass Queen would be better. I think Hydras, plus their little Hydra hearts, would be better.
I think Hydras definitely would be better.
I think Infestors might be a good choice, but here's the thing, right? He's bringing this build, and who knows how much practice Solar has at the top of the ladder.
Yeah, there's a very high chance Solar is completely thinking on his feet here.
Yeah. Okay, he's making mutas.
Okay, the Queens are coming up here now to try to take the fight. There is a Spore. I actually didn't see that earlier, but there is a Spore, which makes it pretty hard to actually commit to this area.
Well, the Queens are probably the scariest bit of that between the transfusions, their range. They aren't armored, so all kind of helpful in that regard. Uses this actually to show some creep. That's actually kind of a big deal. Look at this. He's getting a lot of Overlords here.
Yeah, well, anything in the presence of these Void Rays is not going to survive. But again, the Zerg now knows what it's up against. So Solar is responding to this with whatever he thinks is best. And I do like the Muta counterplay. It's going to force a recall back, which is going to free up the map here. But and you were saying this earlier, Artosis. I mean, you just go Phoenixes from here.
Yeah, he's making quite a few Phoenixes, but Solar's not staying on this.
Yeah.
Like, the plan, it looks to me, is you go Mutas, you force them into some Phoenix, and then you have, like, a weird middling amount of Phoenixes and Void Rays against Mass Hydra. That seems to be the choice, but Zest didn't really stay on this. He's actually gone into charge. And I think his idea is to just go mass ground, like mass gateway units with this, but Solar's countering again with the Lurker Den.
Yeah, this is a funny thing, especially in games with Zergs, where it's like each side's trying to get the counter to the unit composition. And yeah, maybe the Void Rays kind of force Zerg into this certain type of production that makes them actually weaker versus the inevitable push from the Protoss. Maybe that's what's happening here.
Yeah, this is a fascinating game, though.
Yeah, this has already been, I think, one of the most interesting series with the insane cheese from Solar in Game 1, and then this really
some very different builds.
This build, I can't tell you guys if we're ever going to see this build again. This might be like the one time we see this. Like, Zest is crazy, and then we move on from there.
That's a lot of Hydras. That's hard to engage into.
Yeah, but the speed lots are here, and there's not a lot of links. Okay, so immediately the Mutas can't actually take a fight. The Hydra number is starting to get smaller and smaller. There's more Adepts and Zealots and Stalkers coming in over here. The Mutas, again, cannot win the fight against the Phoenixes.
Yeah,
Did Zest just win this game?
Yeah.
I can't quite tell.
I think so. I mean, he's got his Prism right outside here. He's about to have another round, and almost all the units are dead. Yeah, he did it.
What?
Right?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, with a few units left over, just the Sky Army can almost win, and then you get another round of Zealots?
Yeah. No, I think Zest actually won the game. I'm just not used to seeing Void Rays actually fight stuff, so it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't quite have the...
a bit harder to judge.
Yeah, I don't have the instinct for it. Since it's such a not used unit, especially in mass like this.
Well, we've definitely seen it making a comeback with the new patches. It's interesting, he did not even go for any sort of Fleet Beacon play or anything.
Yeah.
Just the base Void Ray. All right, some Lurkers being made. Well, Zest did a lot of damage. His economy's looking pretty smooth. I would love for him to have taken a 4th base during that. I think that's the one thing he could have done better here. But Solar's going to try to hold on with Lurker tech, which, to be honest, like, if you think of, for instance, when we saw Zaun playing, right? Like, against Armani, and Armani was like, well, I'm basically dead, but let's just get into Lurkers. When you have Lurkers, you kind of become mostly invincible against gateway units.
Yeah, there's not an easy way for gateway units to come in there and breach the defense if the Lurkers are in position.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Zest, once he recognizes what's occurring, he's already got 3 Stargates. You can go carrier here very simply.
I hadn't actually even thought about carriers as
like, if he just goes back into air when his opponent is going heavy anti-Zealot at this point, it's like, Lurkers are not good against carriers.
No, they literally can't even fight them. Well, let's see here. I do feel like, even though we saw Zest win that little engagement and take the base out, I think his plan was to actually end the game with that, not to have the game go on. So I'm curious to see how the rest of the game pans out.
Yeah, I think that's about fair.
And I do think, by the way, Zest is still in the lead here, but it just...
Yeah.
It's a funny thing, because now we're post Void Ray surprise attack. you know.
Well, yeah, and I agree. I think there's certainly a lead, but the 4th base is coming up for Solar, so that's something to mention. But Zest is getting the fleet beacon, so I would be extremely surprised if he does not go carrier here.
No, I think you're correct. Yeah. I think he will go carrier.
And the mistakes that we saw from Zaun were things like not trading in bits of his army to actually get the carriers. And I think that's something Zest won't mess up here.
Now,
like, he'll start to get aggressive, trade some of his units out, and actually make the units that count.
Will we ever see Zest do this again, or do you think this was a one-off weird?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we could see him do it again.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I'm curious about that.
It doesn't feel like a one-time only thing because there's some flexibility to it. Like, he went 3 Stargate Void Ray, yes, but it didn't feel like it was all in, right? It was on 3 bases. He transitioned into another unit set. He was ready for mutas with the Phoenix production. Now that there's lurkers out, he's switching to that. Yeah, no, it seems all right. We'll see how it develops, though.
There's also a dark shrine on the way here, too, to kind of finish up all the tech. And for now, it does seem like growth is going to be a problem here for Solar on this map. He's not going to be killed easily, but he's also not going to be able to just take new locations. And I think if I'm the Protoss player, I just stay back and keep poking out these new bases and let the game...
Absolutely.
You know, let the game sort itself out in that sense.
Yeah, you're not going to break his 4-base layout.
Right.
Because he's basically defending 2 positions. You're not going to with this army.
Oh,
so just roaming like this and killing bases on the fringes, it's perfect.
This is also a map where there's not a whole bunch of, you know, places you could try to sneak a base. You know, it's pretty easy to keep the Zerg contained and under control.
Okay, big counterattack actually coming in from Solar, but that means that Zest can hit somewhere else. And that's really weird, because he started to hit and then he pulled his army back, which...
Yeah, he's going to actually recall back here, so let's see how this actually goes.
Okay, well, he should have some Psy Storms in there, so it should go well.
Yeah, but Lurkers are now in position here, so the ground army's going to have a hard time fighting this. These Templars need to actually cast Storm.
Where
there
are
we go.
These Storms? Oh my god, he actually loses a lot of the High Templars. But he's got flying units here against Lurkers. That was... His ground army got truly shredded there. I think it would have been better to kill that base and lose his 4th, but... I guess he saves the 4th base.
Does he save this Nexus?
Oh my god. A Bruce Willis Nexus.
That's right. Just bleeding to death through the whole game.
Wow.
So, Protoss is stabilized, has actually miraculously saved both of these bases here. And now the counter push comes in here. And again, I mean, the Zerg does need to keep growing. The Protoss, it is an odd game because the Protoss has actually outgrown the Zerg. But I guess that number of Hydras is enough to threaten the carriers to back up.
Oh, I almost felt like he could have fought that.
I was wondering the same thing. I thought, is that really...
How many assaults does he have under those carriers?
I'm not sure. I guess not enough if he runs away.
Too, though. I don't know. It felt like he could have fought that.
You just need anything, like even that number of zealots we saw right there.
Yeah. Okay, well, he's continuing to add carriers. Here's some High Templars to add in. So definitely increasing the strength of his army, no doubt.
Okay, again, we have another push coming in here. It's pivotal for Solar that he keeps this base alive. If Protoss comes through here and smashes this, the Zerg is eventually just going to run out of resources. We see even over here on the right side of our screen.
Yeah.
Almost mined out the minerals there. There's one other base to the upper left.
It has more minerals than this, but it's not going to last forever.
Yeah, it is definitely temporary.
Zest getting ready here.
Yeah, and this is a very good position to set up here with the Spore and the Lurkers.
Dude, that has to be too many carriers, right?
I
Plus
think
a few Psy Storms.
I feel like when I look at this, I think Protoss has to win, but Zest, I guess, thinks otherwise.
Oh, there you go. That's
there it is. Perfect.
Go. Yeah. You're not going to get it better than this.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Is he just waiting for that Archon to finish? What's the deal here?
Yeah, the Archon doesn't really matter at all. You're playing against Hydra Lurker. Like, he used feedbacks on all the Vipers.
Yeah.
Which means nothing can be abducted, which means the carriers, like, I feel like he missed an opportunity there.
He might be just a little bit too passive, but let's see what happens here. This is chased away. Is this going to, with these Hydras over here, will that invite the carriers over to that other base?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna multi-prong harass, Oh, my God. He's going to recall into the main, I think.
Oh, that would be pretty insane.
That would be insane.
Oh, this would be like one of the... It's like a Mortal Kombat fatality.
He's going to do it.
He's
Watch
going to do it.
This is beautiful. I love this. Yes!
Oh my God!
Yes!
What in the world? Look at
They'll
this.
see this every day.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he's going to kill all the tech. The lurkers can't reposition in time. They'll have to run up a pretty tiny ramp. There's Templars easily in position to storm this. Here we go now.
Yeah, some Corruptors are here now as well.
And
okay,
I
nice
think
abduct.
it's fine to lose the mothership. I think it's already served its purpose. Wow.
Oh, those spines actually almost got all the high Templar.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, Protoss closes in here, and this is one of the most insane games I have ever seen.
That was wild. I love the recall. I was wondering why he didn't attack in.
Yeah,
but that's why.
You know, exactly. I was in the same page as you. I thought, okay, what is your plan if you're not going to push in? Why did you get these units, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, here's why.
Well, if, like, all your tech is up there, he's going to kill all your tech minimum.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that's actually the unstoppable end the game move, whereas the attack in, there was like things that can go wrong, right?
Yeah.
Start losing some units, he gets energy back on Vipers, etc.
There's only one thing that Solar can do now, Artosis, and that's to pull 8 drones like game 1 and all in again. This has been one of the most unique PvZ series I've ever cast. I am so excited to see what's going to happen on Golden Wall. Who do you think takes us?
Oh, it's
hard to say,
man. Right? I think Solar is a little bit favored here.
Okay, well, our game has loaded up, guys. Let's do this.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 카이즈 게임, 솔라, 강민수. Redo your edge game, Zest, 주성.
Yeah, this will be fascinating, whatever we end up seeing here. Okay, so Solar is actually instantly going to take the third base location, which isn't going to be the gold. So that's just one thing to mention, right? Because definitely gold bases are something that has been very powerful CVP in the past. It can really help with some, especially like roach-based attacks.
Oh yeah, you get a lot of momentum. It's actually perfect for roach-based attacks.
Yeah, to the point where there was actually, back when we had a lot of maps with gold bases, there was like a whole metagame around what you did with your gold minerals. Like, I remember this one game, I believe it was actually Leenock, who went Muta with a gold base because it countered the counter to gold bases. So there was a lot of cool stuff back then with that, but it definitely seemed very Zerg favored.
So we've got to cast a lot of games on this map, and so we're getting more and more familiar with the meta surrounding it. It does seem like the Zerg tend to want to play around getting the gold base. This is a map where like you have a lot of bases you can take that are pretty far away.
Yeah.
And we may have that this game. We'll see. I don't know.
Well, with what he took there, like, even if he takes gold base now, if it's the fourth base, you don't care so much. Gold minerals mean a lot more early on.
That's a very good point.
Basically, the thing about gold minerals is you still get a really big economy, but with less workers. And with Zerg, that helps so tremendously because that means less larva spent as well.
Yeah.
So it's just like, and then all the early Zerg stuff is very mineral heavy that you want to get anyways. So when you put that all together, it's like the early game gold base is very scary for Protoss, but like even if he takes it as a fourth, it's not going to be considerably different.
So we've got the Twilight coming here now. And so far this is going to be a pretty slow game. There hasn't been much that's gone on other than Solar was forced to take a third base in the upper left. We have Robotech coming here as well. Link speed coming down.
Do you think it's just a Glaives build?
I think so, yeah.
No Archon drop?
No, I don't think it is an Archon drop. I mean, if it is, I'm fine with that, but I think he just wants to put some pressure on here.
Yeah, you're probably right. There it is. All right, Ling speed is going to be finishing.
I got a question for you, just because this game is a little bit slow to start off. That strat we saw Solar do, is there a very easy counter to that? That Zest just doesn't know?
Drone length?
Yeah.
All you have to do is build a building so the drones can't.
So you just make a building ahead of time and that just stops it?
Well, obviously having the units at home as well, a lot of the Ling floods we've seen, Adepts would be out on the map, and that's part of the reason why they win.
Yeah.
But he kept them at home. Some of the Ling floods have become a lot more popular, right? But if you have all your units at home, and if you have any idea that it's coming, you just complete your wall so the drones can't block buildings behind the buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have held it without any issue. It would not, like... I mean, it can be scary, but as long as you SimCity real quick, you're fine.
Yeah, just blockade it as much as you can.
Yeah, so that would definitely be a fix.
So those glaives are coming here, and we're going to start to see some pressure. I wonder if we'll have Zest do that Void Ray thing more often. I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, if he wins here, he has to play DRG, and I think there is a possibility. I'm interested right now as well. What is his follow-up here?
Yeah,
is he going to go Dark Shrine? He's going to go into the speed disruptor drops, I believe.
I think you're correct. But this right now, this build, this looks like a Zest game here. Warp Prism out there, Adepts warping in.
Yeah, the speed, I mean, this Adept portion of it is something that he's worked on a lot. Targeting Queens.
Yeah, so far right now, Solar's control has been really, really, really good. He's really not taking any heat on here. Kind of a general trend we've had with the Adepts is that they seem to be less and less powerful with each year that we tack on to StarCraft 2. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
well, they've been nerfed several times as well, but people got used to them also.
I think originally people just didn't know how to handle the way that Adepts moved around.
Yeah,
it was just like a very... There was nothing in RTS that was quite like that, where you had to deal with the possibility of a lot of damage in one of two places that they could fork away from each other.
Quite unique.
So Warp Prism speed's coming here, and you were right, Artosis. It's going to be more disruptors coming here.
Yeah, and
with speed.
Zest is actually, during this, taking the gold base. That's kind of interesting too, isn't it? Like taking the gold. I guess it's fine. But generally, when you go for a gold base, I think as Protoss, you want to flood gateway units. So maybe this is just going to be a massive Stalker disruptor push, like we've seen from Zaun.
So we've talked about this before, but I got to bring it up again as we're having more disruptors coming here. The disruptor is being treated more and more like the StarCraft 1 Reaver.
Yeah.
You know, putting two disruptors into a Warp Prism and then using that to get your disruptors in positions where they can do a lot of damage. It's a really, really powerful move. I'm kind of surprised you didn't have more of this earlier on, but it has been a trend that's picked up. Yeah. And anybody who's familiar with StarCraft 1 knows, you know, Shuttle Reaver is so much part of the Protoss way to play the game.
Sure. Well, I think it's a difficult unit to figure out exactly what its place is. Look at that. Wow, kills a bunch of eggs. Very nice. But yeah, to make it fit into the metagame, to know all of its micro against all the different pieces and all the different, like, how it's going to fit into your build and help counter what your opponent's doing. It's kind of a complicated unit in that way. I'm sure people are like, herder, it's throw the thing and it kills stuff. No, it's there's some complications as to how to make this work correctly.
And we're seeing the first Reaver-esque play in here is that you start to fly the speed Warp Prism in there, hit whatever you can hit. Usually in this case it's going to be drones, maybe queens or larvae, and then you come back out. But I think we're going to, what I'm more excited about is the later part of this, which is going to be when this is used as part of the push. You're taking a fight and you have this Warp Prism come out here, take some shots, pick it back up, move to safety, and keep getting more and more efficient exchanges.
Well, it looks like his main push, while it will have disruptors in it, it doesn't seem like they're going to be the main part. He's just going Colossus and Blink. Not the greatest micro right there on that one, but...
By the way, the Ravagers are usually the target you want to get.
Yeah.
The Ravager actually can't escape the disruptor shot if both players control perfectly.
Yeah, and they're expensive too. Now look at this. This is a pretty darn big attack coming out.
Yeah, and all the harassment we saw earlier on, it was there to soften the main army so this push would come in here. And this is not a well-positioned adept here, so the counterattack damage is going to be real.
Yeah, that could be an issue. Orbiting in a few units, but that is a lot of lings. All right. Zest has to micro perfectly on this front, so can't be wasting his time looking at that too much.
Okay, this is a pretty nice arc. More Stalkers warping in. The push is commenced. We don't have any force fields yet. There they are.
Force field's not really doing all that much.
Yeah. I think Zest is going to take this fight. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think he should.
He should, right?
Another warping around. He's not actually micro perfectly. I wonder if he's jumping back and forth to that harassment. I think the harassment might be dealt with at this point, though.
Yeah, it's just Ravagers now. More Warpins are coming. And with Zest pushing in like this is going to separate all the rally points from each other. You're going to be in the middle of everything, and this is where it gets very chaotic for the Zerg.
Now, that does open up some flanking opportunities, but Zest is just going to get on top of some of the production now, going up to this third base.
And there's actually, like, all the tech here. It's like the Den, the Roach Warren, and the Infestation Pit are here. So I think if Zest can just hold this position and not lose his units, he's going to win this game.
Oh, man. Very nice disruptor shot there as well, taking down some Ravagers.
Yeah.
Tries to bile the Prism, but not enough. And that's it. Zest's going to take out Solar. All right, nicely done.
An absolute beast. This was one of the funnest PvZ series we've cast in a while.
Yeah, it was a very interesting one. Solar opening up with a really crazy all-in and then falling to a brand new Zest 3 Stargate Void Ray build into Recall.
Yeah.
And then losing to something that's becoming more popular right now, the Glaive Adepts into Speed Prism.
Yeah. Well, that was just a delightful series.
Yeah, that was cool. That was
Each game completely different from the other one. Really good play by Zest, though. Really cool to see how well he's doing.
Well, we'll see. Now that he just showed those builds, at least, what does he have for DRG?
Yeah, he's going to have more stuff from the Protoss end if he's going to win there. Guys, short break. We'll be right back.
Hold on tight, are you ready for the night? We're just getting started, living young hearted. Hold me close, don't you ever let go. Our love is uncharted, we're living young hearted.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2점 수리끔 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방.
자, 이 정도.
20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
나코고 핫식스.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치, 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 공평한데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
나코고 핫식스.
네, 그렇습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대10 최적의 화면비, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
자, 이거 좀만 들어주세요.
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning. 나코고 핫식스.
네. 들어가면서 오늘은 거성능 정리.
이쪽에 지뢰 풀어.
아이고야. 자, 쪽으로. 와,
마이크로 좋은데요. 마이크로 컨트롤 좋은데요 지금. 오른쪽은 지뢰 대박 났어요.
자, 저 들어가는데 벙커 뚫고.
여기도 한번 지뢰 대박 났고.
들어가자. 오.
아뭐 지뢰 때려. 그러는 거죠.
맞으면은 그냥 내가 더 때리는데 하면서 이제 무시. 지뢰를 완전히 지금 무시하고 있어요.
이건 정명 선수가 당하면서도 진짜 어이가 없을 것 같거든요.
계속 와요, 진짜
네. 많아요. 여기에 맹독충 없으면은 맹독충 없으면 정명 자체는 해병이 이길 수 있거든요.
의료선이 터집니다.
자 그래도 2업 맹독충. 점사.
좋아요, 점사 좋아요.
점사. 정명원.
다 쓸어버려야죠.
이걸로.
자, 마지막 한방.
한테서 이거 치면 참 못 잡니다.
네, 자, 자원 채취.
몰래 사령부 한 군데만 내려서 지뢰 지게로 뭐 잠깐만 돌아갔으면은 정면 선수 이겼겠네요 이 게임. 네. 진짜 미니맵을 밝히고 있는 저 한지레 하나 남았어요.
제제.
1, 2경기의 그 복주기 관찰은 사실 이 페이크 이거
그렇죠.
사실이 땅콩을 클러요. 아이 거기서 버벅거리지 말고. 땅콩 봤어요. 땅콩 계속 들어요.
멈추지 않아요.
어디 하나 뚫리면 이긴다는 생각으로 계속 들어요.
뚫으면 된다는 거예요. 앞만 보고 다니죠.
네.
자, 이 정도.
또 뚫었어요. 4차. 계속 들어요.
땅굴에 새로운 역사를 보여주고 있어요. 뒤로 들어가 버려요.
자 일단 지뢰가 저기 심어졌기 때문에 퇴로가 없어졌습니다. 이거는 적의 입장에서도 이 병력을 조심해서 쏘고. 그렇죠. 이거 다지겠는데요. 양각치기로.
다쳤어요.
밖에서 손에 엄청 보는데요. 잠복 감염증 걸렸고요. 저글링이 몰려옵니다.
자,
박태수는 저글링이에요. 맹독충이에요.
그렇죠.
부하장 단기 유닛으로 이렇게 싸웁니다.
올라가기 갔습니다만.
진짜 잘했어요.
재정비.
네, 맹독
자 여기 싸움이거든요.
이거 안 좋아요. 김태철 굉장히 안 좋습니다.
잘 싸워야 돼요.
뮤탈 빠진 거 보자마자.
그렇죠. 바로 들어가죠. 자 이제 집중해야 됩니다. 조정해야 돼요. 맹독충 올라오는데요. 공사만. 지워버려야 됩니다. 지워버려야 돼. 김민철은.
맹독충
단계. 마지막 인류. 철벽으로 왔나요? 철벽.
하지만 뮤탈이
인류는 멀망하지 않고 풀어.
맹독충 이거 취소 나가는데요.
김민철 못 버티나.
이거 맹독충 없으면 못 나가요.
철벽 무너지나요?
해병의 힘으로. 마지막 테란의 희망! 야, 이걸 어떻게 인류의 희망 조성주가!
인류는 무너지지 않는다는 오늘 경기에서 확실하게 조성주 선수가 보여주네요. 자, 이번에도 뮤링링에 힘을 주고 있는 박수 선수예요. 자, 이번 잡아먹어야죠. 잡아먹고. 자, 추가 변경 오니까 뒤쪽으로 물러섭니다.
들어가죠.
뚫어버린 거 잘하는
들어가야죠. 여기서 이득 봐야 돼요.
그렇죠.
그렇습니다.
박수가 가장 잘하는 플레이. 뮤링링으로 집어들고 일꾼 테러. 일꾼 속가지고 있는 박수의 플레이.
11번.
지뢰가 살아남았고.
의료선 너무 많아요.
의료선이 많아서 1대1 제어가 가능하죠.
뮤탈이 의료선을 잡아야 됩니다. 이거.
잡아야죠. 지뢰 버텨줄지.
그런데 3기도. 맹독충 부족해요. 해병 많아요.
지뢰가 버텨내고요. 가서 깨버렸습니다. 장원주 제재. 이병렬 잡아먹나 한번 끊어먹나요? 박수.
지뢰 쿨만 잘 빼면 신영 선수 저 병력 모두
들어오는데요. 지뢰 두 방. 맹독충이 문제야. 맹독충의 산개.
와, 산개가 이거. 이거 산개 좋았어요.
자, 보죠. 뒤쪽으로 물러서면서 맹독충 들어올 때. 자, 이게 이신영의 명품 산개.
3-3-5.
3-3-5 풀업을 당연히 수 있을지.
안 되죠.
없어 제재. 경기 끝났습니다. 이신영 3대0 세기를 받고 압도적인 차이를 보이면서 박수 선수 누르고 1년 만에 4강 복귀를 성공해냅니다. 들어오는데요. 절반 끊어내고 역전. 위에는 강동선 나왔어요.
양쪽 다 컨트롤.
멀티.
자, 양쪽 다 손해 보고 있는 어윤수. 하지만 잘 떴었어요.
이번 떴었어요. 박살내요.
기한 뺐어.
기한.
뺐어. 여기까지 성공. 역장 에너지 얼마나 남았어요? 역장 없어요. 이구 들어갔고.
막으면 끝나는 겁니다.
이구 뚫렸어.
탈수 있나요? 어윤수.
이구 뚫렸어.
바지기 꺾이면 못 와요. 이거 버텨내야 되거든요. 자, 이후에 병력이
불멸자 잡혔고요.
불멸자 깨집니다.
바수기도 다 잡혔어요.
바수기 정리되고 그냥 생명력 가지고 싸워야 돼요.
주성웅 진짜 깨야 됩니다.
자, 위에 분광기를 노리고 있었죠.
분광기 터졌어요.
이병력 내주면
고립됐어.
없죠. 막힙니다.
고립됐어요. 진짜. 올라가는 순간 경기는 끝납니다.
바수기 없어요.
저글링이 올라갔어요.
해야 됩니다. 들어가서
올라갔어요.
결승전 가기 전만큼은 내가 최강이라는 걸 증명을 해내야죠.
저글링이 올라가면 어윤수 올라가는 거예요. 그렇죠. 이게 어윤수 나오는 거예요. 어윤수.
Round of 16. Q. DRG. Solar. Zest. Africa Team. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020. GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
That's my heartbeat, Artosis. I'm excited. DRG versus Zest.
Keep the beat, Tasis.
If I don't keep the beat, I die. This is going to be a cool match. DRG and Zest are both looking really good. Actually, Zest is looking really good.
Yeah, no, he looked fantastic.
Like Zest is changing the game today. I mean, that
Maybe.
recall into the main, I'm like,
That
what?
was cool, dude. That was super cool.
We actually don't have enough moments like that sometimes. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is a completely novel victory.
Yeah.
10 years in.
Yeah, that wasn't
That
minus
was-
400, man.
That was just insane.
Yeah.
So let's see. Zest has brought a lot of stuff that I don't know you can use to repeat to win.
Maybe.
But
maybe.
we'll see. We'll see. I really don't know what to expect. I'm happily excited to see Zest playing this well. And against DRG, this is going to be very interesting. Everdream is our first map. Let's see who advances first out of Group B to the round of 8. Oh, wait for it. And action. Cue the studio shot. Yes. I'm falling into the players.
You are so dumb.
전투 지원이 들어와. 함께 우린 더욱 강하다.
Oh, I'm falling into
I'm
the
falling into the
players.
아프리카 프린스 DRG 박수.
If it was really bad, like after you fell into the first one, that would be the issue. But instead, you said you're falling into the players.
Yeah, both of them.
Like in the middle of it, basically.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
like, well, it doesn't matter. Why are you? Why are you going? Oh!
I like your critique of my dumb thing I said. Like,
Yeah, there's just so much wrong with it, but that's what really strikes me. The timing of it.
Yeah. Oh man! All right, let's see what Zest is going to do here. I don't know about the if he can do the Void Ray tech again, 3-star gates, massing Void Rays. I still don't feel like I fully understand that strat, and how much of that is just hinged on the other guy going, "Wait, what?" And suddenly realizing they're not playing the type of matchup they thought they were going to play.
I think he probably has some branches to it, but he's trying to prevent scouting, obviously, right? He has the Void Rays flying around. And if I know Zest, he probably has another build that looks like it. Very likely.
Yeah, some
I
other
wouldn't be surprised if
variation.
we see it here against DRG, like another build that looks like that Void Ray build, but is not. Because that's like a lot of the times the way that you should be playing StarCraft in general, but I think especially Protoss.
Yeah.
Is you should have builds that look similar, and then you're kind of like going into different directions with them. That's always been a big part of his play in this matchup.
Well, I think that's always been a sign of a successful Protoss player, is being able to use the race in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
This is why Stats was pretty interesting, especially when he was dominating, because he played Protoss like a Terran player would.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I got this really
ways.
safe build, and I'm just going to put the game, stretch the game to where I need it to be, get all the upgrades, have a better unit composition, and eventually I'm ahead.
Some lings being made, a surprising amount of lings, in fact.
Yeah.
More than I expected, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
let's see if he keeps going. Yeah, he has 8 more lings now on the way. You saw what Solar did. He's like, I'm going to try that.
Well, he was actually one of the players last season that was using ling floods.
Yeah.
We'll see if he goes for that here, because we don't even have an adept being
hold on,
made.
the
So this
Stalker's
ling
actually
flood-
moving
Oh, he might just
away.
lose instantly.
Yeah, this might be like game 2, go.
You're right, guys. Protoss don't need a door.
It's like, I'll check. I need some ID, sir. Oh my God, he got it for the block up.
Yeah,
Nice
it doesn't
work.
matter, though. he's going to lose the game.
Yeah.
He's going
No,
to
this-
kill all this with that Stalker?
Yeah.
Is that what he's going to do?
Yeah, this is, I think,
yeah,
an unwinnable game. He's going to have to recall that. He
Oh,
cancels,
that
makes the
was-
game. That was ballsy.
That was ballsy. That's a good way to put it.
There is the one Stalker that was recalled. The Lings spill through. And that's it, GG.
I don't know about you guys, but I really like Zerglings just killing Protoss at the beginning of the game.
This is the kind of StarCraft I want to see.
Yeah.
Nice move by DRG.
Look at Zest sit there. He's like, who are these clowns I'm playing against today?
So you don't want to play a long game, I get it.
Well, no, DRG's Zerg, man. He wants to play a long game. That's the sad part. Protoss doors, guys. This is I want to make a lawn sign for my building that says Protoss Doors 2021. Give us a phase pylon, all right? Let's do it.
Death Aura for game 2. I don't imagine DRG will do that Ling Rush, but let's see. Again, I'm excited to see the new stuff that Zest is going to show if he can get into a longer game. And that game's now loaded up. Let's go. TY's still talking. All right, now we're ready to go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여.
So that's kind of funny. It's like TY that's still talking. That's causing us. I want to yell to him. You're a Terran player. Stay in your lane. Shut your mouth. We're starting the game.
That's the funny thing. And when we had Curious subbing in, he would also talk for too long on the.
It's pro gamers.
Wage your end game.
Here's a funny
Yes.
thing.
Choose
A weird part about this show is that we're doing a live show synced up in 2 different languages, so everything has to hit.
Which type of broadcast are we, though?
What do you mean?
Like if it was a way that you might ride your dad, what way would that be?
If it was a way I might ride my dad?
Yeah, as a child.
Piggybacked. Nice.
So we have an early pool here from DRG.
Yeah, DRG's at it. Awesome GSL groups done quick. Oh, yes.
All right.
Oh, ladder got a little bit worse this week, boys and girls. You thought it was going to start with Solar. This is not. This is just the beginning.
Okay, Forge coming up. I think that is a good call. But let's see. This might end up being something even dirtier. Like, is he going to let that finish and try to do
maybe
spines or something?
Maybe.
Because we saw that before.
I think this build is called, I've never heard of a layer. What is that?
I think this yeah. I think that is what it's called right there.
Yeah.
It's a perfect name for it, too. Yeah, look at that. Like, Zest thinks he's walled, but really this is what DRG
Yeah, he's like, good, I want this.
Like,
Can you make all your buildings so I can make a spine here?
But there's a cannon on the way.
Yeah, but I think this gateway goes down before that, right? 2 zealots is a good number. I feel like
it'll go down, but that's a battery? No, that's... Oh, yeah, no, that is a battery. Wait, which one is the battery?
The battery's on the right.
Okay, there's the battery.
Yeah.
And then that's a pylon. Back up. He's got the cannon. Yeah, this seems like a good hold.
Okay, so where are we at now? I mean, there's 21 probes to the 12 drones. I feel like this is very bad for Zerg.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was interesting with the Forge. Before we saw, yeah, I just saw DRG shake his head. He did that little thing
That's
that
a
people
good
do out
Korean
here when
move,
they're
yeah.
when they're unhappy with something. So let's think about this for a second, right? Like I think the Forge may have thrown him off. Didn't he do this against Stats and then did like a spine rush with it, and Stats lost his Nexus and then won anyways with a
I think you're right, yeah.
If I'm recalling this correctly, I think it was DRG. And there was like some sort of like cockiness to it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe Zest didn't start the Nexus. He was about to, and then the drone came up and he didn't, which really helps because that gives him, like, even if you cancel the Nexus, that's an extra 100 minerals that goes away, right? Because you only get 3/4 back.
Yeah.
So when you put that all together, maybe that, I feel like the cannon kind of made that the point of no return, maybe. Anyways, a Void Ray is on the way, and that's what we wanted to see.
So, I mean, the Zerg has real catching up to do from this point on. You know, there's a reason why we don't see Zergs always do exactly that, is you've invested a lot, and it's an all-in. I mean, you're there to end the game. You're not like, oh, this might slow you down a little bit, and then I'll use that with all the other things I'm doing to beat you later on. He basically tried to cheese his way through the game, and now he's in a game of catch-up here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super tough. Like, is he going to do a 2-base build? I think, yeah, he had a drone patrolling as the 3rd, so he makes his 3rd hatch, but it's at the same time as this Nexus.
Yeah.
Like, if your 3rd hatch is the same time as the 3rd Nexus, you know something went wrong.
I mean, on paper, I think the Zerg is supposed to lose this, but let's see how exactly Zest is going to handle it from here.
I think as DRG, you're going to need to, if you're going to win a long game, you're going to have to turtle up a lot. The fact that he has a Void Ray out already and an Oracle coming across the map, you can't all in that.
I don't
right?
think so, yeah.
Between the Void Ray, and then it's going to get scouted anyways because there's an Oracle out. Yeah, look, it's the 3 Stargate Void Ray build again.
Yeah, so this is really exciting because I thought initially this was one of these weird things where you just like don't realize what's coming because nobody does this, and you get thrown off and then you lose the game because you weren't getting to play a game that you normally prepare for. But the fact that he's doing it again, and he's now getting the other Stargates as we saw here, he says this is something that can be out in the open. This can be a build in the bloodstream where everybody's playing, and it doesn't matter if you know it's coming.
Yeah, I think he's right, at least for now.
Yeah.
I doubt that this will become a pillar of StarCraft 2 for a long period, but we'll see. But especially because he has the lead, it's going to be much more powerful. Like, what the hell are you going to do from behind against this, right?
Yeah. No,
there are builds like that where suddenly, oh, you're a little bit behind, so there's not really a counter to this build now.
Yeah, you get far enough behind, you no longer have to play a standard game. There's a whole bunch of abusive things you can do because they just can't catch up.
Well, the Void Rays will basically stop any aggression that you can do, and then they're going to put a lot of pressure on you.
So, he's going to be massing this up. Now, I'm also curious if DRG expects this. I mean, the players can watch the games they're not playing, right? I mean, they're there, but I just wonder if he's...
It's in his mind, 100%.
Yeah, definitely like, there, but I wonder if he thinks it's happening in this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hydralisk Den, so yeah, I think he thinks it's happening. Based on that Hydralisk
Again, it does seem like Hydras should be able to just straight up beat this. It seems like Hydras are better units, but what I gather from this build now is that you forced him into making some Hydras, and then you mix in a ground army that can beat the Hydras.
Yeah, just go charge with it or something.
Yeah, exactly.
He's flying across the map with the 4 voids or so. 3 more on the way. Yeah, there's the Twilight and more gates. So I think he is going straight into charge from here. Let's see how much anti-air is actually here.
Now this is enough queens.
When the other 3 come up, he'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
Might just fly into the main though.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. It's going to take the queens a little bit, but he's already ready. He's got 2 spores over here. DRG's so good.
Yeah, good defense.
He's just so on top of everything.
But I don't think that that is going to hurt Zest all that much. I think it's all right. Yeah, the Baneling Nest, I think that is probably the most important part here. Because the Banelings can counter the charge lots.
Yeah.
And then everything else can counter the voids.
Look at this, there's 10 gateways finishing here. It's 8 now, but it was 10 a little bit ago. And like, oh, this is so exciting. I like the way that this build kind of works out, right? You sort of force Zerg into this awkward thing where they have to answer to Void Rays, which is one of the most unpopular units in the game. And then you switch into something where they're going to be maybe a little bit too top heavy. And they can't really deal with everything else.
Well, he's forcing him into just kind of defending everywhere with Hydras right now. If he had a round of Zealots like right now with charge, that'd be so good. But the Baneling Nest is done. I mean, he watched that other series, so he knows what's coming. Psystorm on the way as well. Can be a little bit of a counter to those Banes.
Yeah. Okay. Third base is coming here. He's going to use the money from this third to then propel the rest of the push here. But this is all, we're getting kind of to the climax of the build, if you will. Charge about to finish here. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this is handled by DRG.
Well, Lingbane Hydra, I mean, this was the meta for some time. Not really seen nowadays. People have gotten pretty good at defending against that. But I think defensively, it's super, super strong still. And especially when your opponent's trying to be heavy on Zealots.
Yeah. Okay, so the push is coming. And right now, DRG is bracing for the attack.
Yeah, he's making Banes. That is the most important thing he can do here.
And he needs those Banes to connect well. But there's actually a possible counterattack here.
Yeah, it looks like he was thinking about it, but he's just outside there. If he had some creep there, it'd really help for this flank. All right, throws some storms down. You can see how afraid he is of the Banes.
Yeah. Well, the Banes are what are going to win the fight if he can do it. Now, the Zealots are coming through here. Again, a great counterattack. I love the storming on the Templar. That was actually about as good as you could ask for. And he morphs it into an Archon. That's so good.
All right, well, the Zealot's doing a great job over here. They've already killed 6 drones, and the army has to move over, but Zest actually withdrew the other chunk of his army. So even though those Zealots did a good job, I don't think he got done quite as much as he was looking for. Also, okay, so look at this. He's going Fleet Beacon, which tells us he's going to go into carriers, but this creates a weak point where the Lingbane Hydra might be able to roll through him. If you make enough Banelings here to just roll through the ground army, I mean, you might be able to end him while he's trying to switch into carrier.
Yeah.
Back when Lingbane Hydra was a thing, that's when you would get him, is when they were switching into carrier.
Okay, the Zealots are starting to come through here. I don't think this is going to work for the Zerg, man.
Yeah, those side storms are perfect.
Yeah. He melted enough of those Banes.
Well, hold on. He's getting like a reasonable engagement over here.
This is kind of a funny little exchange we have here. Wow,
Yeah.
the Zealot counterattacks are great here. Beautiful storms there. That cleans up. The Void Rays are just too much. GG, Zest crushes.
All right. Yeah, kind of that was a very weird game because of the initial Zergling hatchery rush.
Yeah, well, I mean, Zest, not even Zest, any top-tier pro should be able to win from there.
Yes.
I mean, you are so behind if that all-in doesn't work that... by the way, DRG doing a lot of rushes today.
Yeah.
Are we going to have another one here in Game 3?
Oh, I can't imagine.
I don't think so.
He can't just go for a Zergling rush again. That doesn't make sense.
I don't think so. Just interesting. Seems to not want to play a long game against Zest. The final map with these two will be Pillars of Gold. This is a fight to get to that 3rd spot in the round of 8. It's either going to be DRG or Zest, and of course, the loser will go to the final match and try to redeem themselves there. Our game is now ready. Let's do this. Wait for it. Wait for it. I promise you. It's there. There it is.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프릭스 DRG 박수호.
Zest is doing a scoutless build. So he just got 12 pulled, and he's like, nah, it's not going to happen again. Because 12 pull insta-kills this.
Yeah.
It's just a free win.
But, you know, we were talking about it before the game started, like, how many more rushes is DRG going to try, really, you know?
Yeah.
And so this is good best-of-3 tournament play here from Zest.
Yeah, I think so.
And we got to point that out because there is a whole meta game around playing people a couple times and trying to win more games and lose more games.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing in a public setting like this, you know. And I think this is Zest showing he's got a very good read on DRG, saying, I don't imagine you have 3 all-in games here every time.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Well, especially it has to be that specific one that he just defeated.
Yeah.
Like if you 12 pull again after that.
It's so funny. Like,
it would be such a risk.
This is actually a lot of people have a hard time trying to understand this, but it's like it's just not a likely way to win if you 12 pulled every game.
No,
and so when you see it once, the other player can kind of go, I don't think I am almost I can bet you're not going to do this, and therefore I can take a risk.
Yeah.
And get ahead.
Well, it's about putting people on ranges, and it's about tournament play and the fact that things are best of 3, right?
Yeah.
So like, while you might be a big shot in your Diamond League going 12 pull every game, you're a barcode with the standard Zerg portrait, or just the guy with the hat, whatever, the headphones.
Yeah.
And you're playing a different player every time. So yeah, that's going to have a higher win rate percentage, perhaps, right? But then you get here, and it's like, well, he can kind of put DRG on the range, be like, it would be incredibly stupid for DRG to go 12 pull again. It would.
Yeah.
It would.
It's just like if you were a coach, you just say you can't. This is not how you're going to win a GSL.
Yeah. So you can kind of look at it and be like, well, you know, I can take this slight risk where the only thing this build that Zest opened with loses 2 straight up is 12 pull.
Yeah.
And he just defeated a 12 pull. And DRG cheesed twice, so it's like, okay, let's do it. Let's mix that up.
So this time around, we have the Robo Bay coming here.
Yeah, a little bit of a different opener for him. The Prism coming out right away. I wonder where he's going with this. He's making a sentry right now.
Yeah, I'm
Could
curious
this
what kind of
just
build
be
this
an Immortal push?
I think it's going to be a standard Immortal push. I think you're
But
correct.
because he made the Prism so quickly, it makes me doubt it a little bit.
You think
This
he might want to
just
try to
be-
just harass?
This might just be a gateway push. Oh, okay, he is making an Immortal.
That War Prism is going to be out on the map now. By the way, not afraid to show it.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it before the Immortal, it's to move out with it.
Yeah. But even chasing down those Lings out in the front, I mean, you know. Ling counterattack, not going to do anything. We have 4 gateways about to finish. The Roach Warren started over here for our Zerg player.
Oh my god.
Damn,
man.
this is cool.
Yeah, so he's on 1 gas.
Yeah.
So this is literally like an 8-gate Zealot with 1 sentry and 1 Immortal push.
He's going to plug his entrance now.
He even puts a battery down. This is such an all-in.
Very cool from Zest. Is it going to work, though? How is DRG going to handle this? Again,
Well, he's making a spine. He's making a Roach Warren as quick as he can.
Yeah. This is a build where it's not easy for Protoss to transition out of unless you did devastating damage to the Zerg. So you really want to try to end the game and end it quickly.
Oh, it has to do a lot. There is no question there.
Lings are going to come in here. Anything to try to slow this down.
If you can pick off the Sentry or the Immortal, like those 2 units are so important. He's mined so little gas.
Yeah.
So this, yeah, DRG is going to give that for free. I think that's the right choice. Look at that. The Lings run by to try to catch any reinforcements. He's picking off some free units here.
Yeah, he might have to just give up the hatchery. I don't know that he can save this.
Oh, wow. He's actually trying to.
Okay, the Zealots are not getting the best surface area here. The Immortal is actually taking a lot of damage over in the front. It's in the orange now.
Yeah, it's a good thing he got that pulled back a little bit. Starting to target down this spine now. Really important. Yeah, the Immortal going after it.
Yeah, good micro here. The army's starting to get a little bit spread apart, though. He is not anywhere near killing that War Prism. Hatchery's still taking damage.
Yeah, this Immortal is so important as well. He's really got to be targeting that and making sure it does not end up dying.
Yeah, looks like the Spine Crawler is going to get about 1 hit off before it's killed. Another warping round. DRG barely hanging on here.
Yeah, we see no... Okay, probes just started making. So this is where we can tell that Zest realizes he's not going to kill it.
Yeah. Now, he does get the hatchery, which was the goal, although I guess the bigger picture goal is to actually just end the game.
Yeah. That didn't do enough in my vision.
Yeah.
I don't think it did. Zest was very low on probes throughout that. He didn't actually kill drones, right? It didn't go as well as he wanted. Okay, he's adding 3 gases now. This is tough. Pull out of this, like, I think that what you have to do from here is do a secondary Immortal push. Because your opponent is down a hatchery, so that's probably going to be your best. Oh my god, I can't believe what we just saw. I cannot believe that. He is actually going to get a cancel on this 3rd, I think, and then he can probably recall, right?
Yeah, well, no, I think this is a really important moment here for Zest. It looks like he's going to be able to hold.
Oh, if he dived on that right now, his observer saw the units way out in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to do 1 more warping round and then try to push in. Again, this War Prism's at full health.
I guess he just stays out on the map. No more Immortals.
Yeah.
I thought it would be like a secondary Immortal push, but actually this makes a lot more sense when you think about it. If you're going home and like taking Immortal build times into consideration with the amount of gates he has, he may as well just push it while there's only 2 hatches.
Okay,
Because losing a hatch, that's a 1/3 of your production.
Yeah. And I think this moment here, this is where basically DRG has to save this hatchery. If he's forced to cancel again, I don't know that the Zerg can really catch up. It does seem like DRG should have enough, though. We actually have Zest moving around here. He might try to come up here and just clean some creep off.
Yeah. I think he's looking at it and just saying his army isn't high enough quality to deal with that.
Yeah, we're having, looks like we might have Colossus or Disruptor Tech come in here too.
Disruptors would be good.
Yeah.
I don't think Colossus is that good here.
No, I think you're right. I think Disruptor, especially with the Ravagers here.
Well, there's a lot of Lings, so if he did make like a Colossus, I could understand. Because even like 1 to 2 Colossus swipes with the amount of Zealots he has will really deal with the Lings very well.
So the Warp Prism is now going to be used to try to harass here. It looks like Zest is going to see if he can't get a third base eventually as well.
Starts disruptors also.
Yeah, and I would think we really got to watch carefully how much damage these disruptors do. And I think this is a good approach, by the way, here from Zest, is to try to just kill drones, just to slow stuff down.
You got to make use of everything you have right now. Because you see, DRG is just, he is pushing out drones as quickly as he can.
Yeah.
You see his economy starting to shoot up in comparison. Wow, a third Nexus going down. Can he transition into a normal game from here? Is that even possible?
I think so.
Huh. Huh.
This is an odd one.
I feel like with the unit set that DRG has right now, if he went Spire, there would be almost no way out of this for Zest.
What do you think about no Warp Prism speed here either?
Yeah, if he's taking a third base, it's like too late, I think, for that.
Yeah.
I think it's a better, yeah, I think Warp Prism speed is really good really early and really late. And then in this mid-game area, it's kind of like, be
It's
careful.
not going to pay for itself if you get it.
Yeah, too much attention.
Yeah. Well, these Lings are going to catch these disruptors. Oh, you're kidding me.
They're not going to do anything of the sort.
How dare I say that? 2 disruptors just sitting there, asking to be killed.
Begging.
Okay, so he's about to get a 4th disruptor out now.
What do you think about this burrow movement?
I'm excited to see it in use.
Yeah, you can tell he was playing in Wings of Liberty, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's not something we see too often.
Yeah. It's usually a skipped upgrade. DRG is securing his 4th here. Again, Zest is kind of a little bit ahead, but DRG's doing a good job catching up.
Well, DRG has a good economy now, and he's going to have Hive shortly. So, like, he doesn't have the greatest army in the whole world, and there's a lot of disruptors. But as the Hive finishes up, I imagine we're just going to see a few Vipers added in, and then it's like, well, you just yoink anything that shoots a disruptor ball at you, and you're pretty good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 Vipers. But Zest is moving out. He's finding that timing that he needs.
Okay, is he gonna unburrow? Is he gonna?
He just
go for it?
gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an F2.
Oh yeah. Selecting all of his units.
Pros need to stop using F2.
Okay, here comes the push now. Now we need to watch the disruptor shots and see where they can.
Oh my
that
God.
is definitely what we need to watch for. That did so much damage.
Oh my God.
Good job. All right, he's got a few more he can do here.
Total whiff there. Well, at least he hits the spine. Better dodging now here from DRG.
And I don't know, man. DRG's in a lot of trouble here. The Bro Roach is back up. He accidentally bros the Ravagers as well.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional.
I think this should be the beginning of the end here. I think he's going to be able to push through. Unless we get some kind of miracle Biles connecting here.
Well, those Vipers are out and ready.
Oh my God. Zest is not stopping.
Oh, 4 morphing eggs.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Again, this wall of damage pushes through here. Zest just untouchable today.
Yeah, he looks pretty awesome right now.
There's more Stalkers in every Zerg unit in the game right now, Artosis.
He abducts every single disruptor, but doesn't actually matter.
More Stalkers than people watching the stream, Artosis.
It's quite a few. Oh, it looks like, well, he got a little bit of damage under and all that, but not nearly as much as he's taken.
This is too much.
Oh, that's a good blinding cloud, but again, there's so many Protoss units here. Well, I mean, you know, I guess just not quite, right?
Just not enough. There's 2 Immortals here, more...
He's doing some fancy spell casting,
PG.
but it's not enough.
Very cool stuff. Okay, so Zest gets out first. This is exciting.
Yeah. Zest winning the group, going into the round of 8. Very nice. Finally not in the group of death and makes it through. Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
But he's looking good tonight. He's bringing some new stuff. It's not just Glade builds.
Yeah,
and honestly, when Zest starts bringing new stuff, that's generally when he wins something or gets extremely deep.
Yeah. So I'm very curious now to see how far he can go. We're going to have an interview here with Zest and see how he's feeling. And
and that means he plays Armani next. And he has infinity more experience than Armani.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That could even be Armani going on to the round of 4 too.
It's possible.
The first player to move on to the round of 8 from Group B is Zest. Congratulations. Thank you.
네, 2019년 시즌 3 이후 딱 1년 만입니다.
After 2019 season 3, you move on to the round of 8. How do you feel?
일단 올해는 좀 성적을 낼 줄 알았는데.
Well, this year I thought I would be able to have good results, but I couldn't. I was in the group of death every time. So I fell from the round of 16 2 times. I was really disappointed, but I'm glad I moved on to round of 8 today.
원래 그냥 연습할 때는 저그전이 좀 힘들었는데.
You know, when I practice, I really struggled against Zerg. But while practicing for the GSL, my results have been pretty good.
네. 오늘 적의 연이은 올인류의 위기에 흔들리지
And the
않고
Zerg has been continuously going for the all-ins. And why do you think you faced the all-in so much today?
약간 제가 초중반에 약간 배를 불리는
And you know, because I tend to focus on the economy in the early and the mid phase of the game.
약간 CBCT가 안 돼가지고.
So in every dream, even if I do for the opt for the SimCity, I can't block the
오늘
Zerglings.
강민수 선수와의 에버드림 경기도 좀
So
생각이
in every
납니다.
dream against
아주
Solar,
멋진
there was a highlight.
나왔는데요. 적의 심장부에 꽂힌
And the highlight was the mothership mass
프로토스의
recalling
힘을 보여주는
onto the enemy base.
명장면이었습니다.
And that was definitely a very
그러니까
spellbinding moment.
세레모니성도 있었을까요?
So how do you feel about that?
세레머니성.
Was it a ceremonial play? No, that was not a ceremonial play.
프로토스의 그 공중 병력이 기동성이 느리기 때문에.
You know, because the Protoss aerial units are so slow and they are low mobility.
공격을 해야지.
So I had to opt for the mothership to infiltrate the enemy base.
네. 오늘 BGM과도 맞물려서 아주 멋진 장면이었는데요.
And that was very great moment there.
보시길
So I hope you guys all have a look at it again.
이렇게 주송 선수의 8강 진출.
So Zest secures the round of 8 spot. It's round of 8 in 1 year.
이제 8강에서 박진혁 선수와
And in round of 8, you will be facing Armani.
4강 그렇다면 생각하고 계시는 걸까요?
So are you gonna advance to round of 4?
A조 경기 보고.
Well, I saw the Group A matches.
가야겠다 생각했었는데.
And I knew that I had to advance in the first place.
준비를 또 저그전만 했기 때문에.
I only practiced against Zergs for my preparation, so I think it's the best option for me right now.
자, 그렇다면 1년 만에 8강 기대하고 있겠습니다.
So we'll look forward to your round of 4-8 performance. So before you go, anything you want to say?
항상 응원 해주는 팬분들
I mean, as always, thank you to my fans for cheering me.
연습 도와준 병렬이랑 희범이한테 너무.
And thanks to Ragnarok and Rogue for helping me with the scrims. Once again, congratulations. Thank you.
So cool, man. What a special game, too, that recall.
Oh, yeah. No, we had some very cool Zest games tonight. I'm quite excited to see what he brings against Armani, because that is a best of 5 fully planned by both players going in. And he showed so much different stuff. I think that's hard for Armani to plan, considering especially he's never been to that stage.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Armani, but I do think it's possible that Armani could actually take it.
I think it's possible.
And that's what's exciting about it, is like either way it goes is pretty cool, right? I mean, you have the fact that he could get to the round of 4, that's crazy, or Zest is finally coming back into the form he was before. Short break, then we go to the losers match.
Waking up, going back again. We know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong. Let me go. going back again. We know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
실성사이다. 울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.4 끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16. Q. DRG. Solar. Zest. Africa TV. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020. GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
Calling, and you start calling. I'm not used to.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to eliminate one of these two players, I should say, in Group B. Solar and Cure are going to duke it out.
Yeah, and it felt like they were the two most confident players coming into the group,
Yeah,
and here they are in the loser match.
I was about to say, it's kind of weird that we're here now, and we're going to eliminate one of these players. And then that player will then go on to face off against DRG.
Which is not an easy match for either of them, honestly.
No, not at all. Okay, we're going to start this off on Death Aura. Another ZVT here. I actually don't know who's going to take this. I think this is almost impossible to call. Would you agree with that?
I'm leaning towards Solar, to be honest.
Yeah?
Like, I think Cure is playing pretty well today, but yeah, I'm leaning towards Solar.
Okay, well, let's see what happens. Our game's loaded up. This is Solar versus Cure. The loser is out of the GSL Codas.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 솔라 강민수.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Yeah. 4. 4 racks. All right.
I dig it.
Well, it's pretty far away. It's 4 racks. Of course, we had that hilarious 4 racks debacle where Sarah lost to it once, so everyone was trying it and it never worked again.
Yeah. Well, let's see if it's going to work this time around.
Yeah, 4 racks. Look at the Overlord. Come right on over here. Oh my God.
Now, when is he going to see it?
He's
Yeah,
not.
this is. I know. I think he's barely going to see it. He's
right.
barely going to see it.
Watch him change. Yep.
No.
Change his direction. Clicky, clicky, many clicks.
Look at my
If he would just,
APM.
yeah, maybe those guys in the YouTube comments are right, and people just shouldn't click so much. If he had just left that like that, he would have scouted it.
So I have to imagine this is going to work and work very well here.
It might.
The thing is, you know, detecting this even seconds earlier is huge.
Yeah.
And so it's really sad that he could have actually seen it and then didn't and then turned away.
It is sad. Well, I think he's gonna die.
Yeah, you basically just get hit with a wall of Marines. Pretty cool stuff
4
here.
lings, 2 queens immediately. He's waiting quite a bit.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the longer he waits and the longer this goes undetected, the more likely it is to just end the game. So Kira's getting ready to take his third base.
Okay, he is supply blocked now? Yeah, a little bit of a supply block there.
Wow, when is he actually going to show this? I thought he would have attacked out already.
Oh my God.
This is such
There's
a long...
third hatch, Tasteless.
Yeah. I guarantee you he's not expecting this at all.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Anyways, this is an incredibly long time. Holy crap. Like, he has to kill him all the way with this. Look at this. Solar has no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
he's
this
like,
is
I wonder
just...
if he's going BCs.
Yeah, he's like, and in the late game, I'll do this and this, and oh no. Okay, so he's just moving out. Instant canceled. Overlord is taken out.
I think he's just going to make like 4 spines in his main immediately.
Yeah, this army is just going to sweep through here and kill everything.
Yeah, he's going to go right up the ramp, right? No, he's going to stay down here?
He's going to try to kill the queen first, I think. Yeah, do you want to just go into the main and kill him that way? Is that the
Well,
game plan?
I think the only way they can hold this is making a bunch of spines. Oh, that's like, I don't like that position for the spines, to be honest. But I think he just wins no matter what now.
Yeah, well, now he's going to have the rest of his army here. And he can get the spawning pool.
Mainly
and, I mean, the Marines can actually just hit the hatchery. They can ignore the spines here.
Yeah. It's a bit of an issue.
Trying to transfuse it, it's not going to be enough. I think we're close to the end is nigh, Artosis.
Well, he needs some banelings. That's his one chance.
Yeah.
Is he going to lose his hatchery?
Yeah. He's going to lose this game.
Certainly looks that way right now.
Yeah, and spawning pool is going to be remade, but I don't think this is going to buy enough time. The drones are pulled.
Okay, bringing up the spines. Oh, no way. Not even close.
Yeah, there's too many Marines here. Okay, actually, I got to say, that was pretty impressive, but again, not going to really have any workers here. Hatchery goes down.
He's got 1 Zergling to make a Bane into.
I mean, I just cannot imagine a situation where this is something you recover from.
Oh,
the 1 link's not even there.
No, it's not. Psychologist expanded. Oh,
no! That's where they came from.
4 Raxes! I never would have thought.
I don't know what else to say, everybody. I mean, he's going to keep making Marines here.
Well,
now, their worker count is actually similar, but I think that he just comes in here and, yeah, just everything falls apart for the Zerg. There's just too much momentum on the Terran side. GG. Cure wins with the 4-axe. Nice play. Kind of hard to cast the end of that game. I'm like, I don't know, everybody. I think he's just...
It was funny how he did it, how he just waited for so long.
Yeah. Well, what does Cure have in store for Game 2? I do wonder. Solar definitely going to be salty about that. But Solar getting a taste of his own salt, really. Let's not forget what he did to Zest.
Yeah, that's
That was wrong. That was a moral issue, what he did back there.
A lot of cheesing going on today.
Yeah. Golden wall for game 2. We've had a lot of very cool original cheese here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's load this game up. Let's get into it. Again, the loser of this series is out of the GSL. And then the winner is going to go on and fight DRG for that final spot, the final surviving spot from Group B. And our game is ready, so let's do this.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여.
Oh yes, tasteless. Oh yes.
아이즈게임, 솔라, 강민수.
In my brain, I had just already discarded this as a possibility.
I actually was going to say, wouldn't it be cool if he just went proxy 4x 3 games in a row?
Yeah.
Because that is next level meta right there.
Well,
there's one.
What's funny about it is, like, we were just talking about in the Zest game how you have to discount certain builds over and over.
Yeah, which is probably why he's doing
Yeah,
this.
and so this is like
because that's
almost
the next level
counterintuitive. Yeah, exactly. It's so bad that it's become good.
Yeah, kind of. Now this is only proxy 2 racks, so it's not anywhere near as all, and you can definitely get out of this into a macro game if you do not kill them. I'm just ready to...
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, first of all, if this is going to get spotted, and then second of all, is it actually going to work? You're totally right. It's not as all-in as the 4 racks is, but this is very aggressive play. And I think once more, it's not going to get spotted. I think the Overlord's going to turn around. It's so funny how StarCraft 2 is so mapped out at the pro level that people know exactly how to hide stuff. And you see the other player look for it, but they just don't move out far enough.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to do worse scouting to find them because it's just like, it's just not the optimal place to put their axes, but it is because it's not.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. So Solar knows what's happening. This isn't a rush where you bank a lot of Marines. It's going to start right now. We have 1 bunker coming down. Do you get a second when you do this? By the way, the Zerg is going to be opening up the back.
That's kind of interesting. And he's not really reacting very quickly to this.
I almost feel as if he's going to sack the hatchery and then try to play a...
Yeah, he might just macro behind, like he is mining out those minerals, so that could be the choice.
Yeah. Very interesting to see Solar.
Now, if this was...
react.
Yeah, isn't it? Well, he knows that it's not 4 racks based on the number of Marines. Like, he can tell what it is. I'm a little surprised, though. It almost... Huh. Since he showed the first 2 SCVs with 1 Marine, I was thinking he might be able to actually just hold it straight up.
Yeah. So this hatchery is going to go down, but there is a plan B here from Solar. He is going to make a hatchery just now starting. He's going to make another hatchery on the lower platform. By the way, Kira expands behind this at his own natural. And we're going to have a very unusual TVZ from here on out.
Yeah, that's actually very exciting. Because a lot of games look exactly the same on this map nowadays.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be a game. Oh, I love this. Is such a good catch. He wanted to have counterplay where he could run across with his lings and just go into the guy's main, but he shot that down pretty quickly. That also reveals exactly what Solar was intending to. It's not that he just stops setting. You go, oh, you got a bunch of lings.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, you have a hatch in the back too.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear. Too bad you can't Baneling bust through minerals, huh?
Next patch, Artosis, you wait.
Give health to the minerals.
Yeah.
It's like the
you can Baneling bust into them. 3. Yeah, and they get more minerals there now.
Like, can't you actually kill a gold mine in Warcraft 3? Like technically?
Yes, and you can in Warcraft 2 as well.
Yeah.
Kill the gold mine.
Kill the resources. Why? I mean, you're spending minerals on your resources. Why not just make your stuff out of minerals? Imagine a Marine in a mineral suit. You just can't kill it?
Yeah, little crystals on them. I think that's what Protoss do, Artosis. I think the Protosses actually do use the crystals to make their stuff.
Huh. No wonder they're invincible.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this. He really wants to get out through there.
Perfect. Oh, I feel you should see Artosis' face when that drone got shot down. This is so funny.
Just sitting here like,
what are we doing?
I mean, are you juggling a lot of tasks because your lings aren't moving and you got 2 bases, so...
Well, we now know that Solar does not know how long it takes 2 Marines to kill a drone if it's mining.
Well,
I think he thought he could actually
yeah,
get
I'm
some
not
minerals
sure
out of
about
there.
that. What is the plan here?
I don't know.
He's gonna walk the queen up to. Otherwise, he's just trapped back there, Tasteless,
Yeah.
which is hilarious as well. Like if he's just trapped back there.
Yeah.
With all these melee units. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
All right, well, he's taking a third base back there. This is one of the more original Golden Wall games.
So this is really a game where Cure is absolutely locking Solar out of a winning position. He has from the very beginning. He forced the cancel. Zerg is trying to play a reverse game where they're on the lower platform.
A reverse game?
Yeah.
He's playing from the upside down.
He's in the inside out world from Stranger Things.
Yeah. Isn't it called the upside down? I don't think it's the inside out. Right?
I think it's the left foot, but the right shoes on the left foot world is what they call it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I don't know. But
Drilling
yeah,
Claws.
this is a weird game.
Yeah. Well, now we're seeing like a weird TVP 1 base build against Zerg with 3
Yeah,
base. So
yeah.
yeah, all sorts of strange stuff going on right now. But you know what? He is right that there's no layer. So I guess Drilling Claws plus the Armory is going to do pretty well for him here.
Yeah. Here comes that medevac now.
He literally is gonna have to make spores to deal with these.
Yeah, this is gonna be really hard.
Oh man.
And again, it's Cure in a very winning position here, but this is actually a pretty good catch. He's gonna get right under this.
Oh my god.
Can he actually? Oh!
What?
Oh, he's got it. No, he's okay.
Okay.
Great
so
save there.
This game is a blunderful game. There have been some blunders in this game, Tasteless.
Yes. Well, I still think Cure can win.
Like
but
he literally is going. He doesn't have reactor mines going. Okay. He has a tech lab so he could get Drilling Claws, and then he lost the medevac without dropping either mine out.
This is so cute. Did you see that little maneuver he did where the Marine went to each little bunker?
Yeah.
He got a little bit of
It's
extra
cute,
damage, and he salvaged them all. Yeah,
lot
this
of links
definitely.
we made.
You're definitely right, though. This has been a blunderful game for sure.
Yeah. Well, his Solar's taking his 4th at his natural. 3rd base being taken here from Cure. All right, here let's see what he gets done with this one now. The first one didn't do anything, literally.
Okay, so this needs to do a little bit of damage here. Okay, nice burrow. Now again, the game plan is not to win with Widow Mines here. It's just to keep the Zerg defending and slow down and stifle the growth. By the way, Solar's completely grown into his bottom part of the platform.
Yeah.
But the question is really going to be, can he actually grow back into the upper platform where there's more resources?
Let's go in Lingbane Hydra here.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
We normally don't see it on this map. Mutas seem to be better overall, but this game is completely backwards from what anything normally looks like here. And I'm trying to like adjust my thought process for the unit composition to what this game actually looks like right now. I guess because he's been going mines and like really focusing on mines, that makes the Hydras a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
Because Hydras generally will do pretty well against Marine Medevac Mine. Oh, he's actually going directly into Lurker, which we were talking about with the DRG game, where it's like kind of the 2 unit, like Lings don't really support Lurkers all that well.
They don't have the same kind of symbiosis as they do with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
Like Ultras or...
Yeah, yeah. They don't really tank for the Lurkers.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see because I think Solar in particular is quite good with Lurkers and quite good with weird unit sets. So this weird comp...
Oh! 11 kills. Really nicely done.
This is such a wild game.
I think we're going to have the Terran regroup and push in here in a second. I think this whole game is sort of led up to this moment.
You think he'll be able to take out like a...
Well, he just needs to win the fight on the upper platform.
Look how many mines he has. I guess mines will not do well against Lurkers. That's definitely something we can figure out.
That's true, yeah.
They're going to run up and burrow next to the Lurkers.
Yeah. It's literally a fight they cannot win. Okay, a scan here. Now he's got a tank, he's gonna set the mines up, and this is gonna be a good foothold for him to try to keep the fight going.
Yeah.
And he's actually attacking the banelings that are morphing are just out of range here.
Oh man, some of those mines just barely not being dragged into the Marines.
Okay, again, the kiting is very, very good here.
Yeah, these few Hydras not really going to help out all that much, to be honest.
He's got 36 more Lings coming. There's 2 more Banes being made. But again, he's got this gauntlet that the Zerg army has to get through before he can even get to the Marines. And reinforcements are about to merge here with this for Cure.
All right, he is making some lurkers. Can he live until those are actually up, though?
I'm not sure. Great control here. I love the tank, one tank above these rocks and one
That's
below.
really helping.
Yeah, there's no convenient area to try to attack into.
Yeah, more tanks coming now as well. The lurker's about to finish morphing. All right, this is going to make it harder to actually hit into there. Viper's on the way. Obviously, when the Vipers get out, you can start yanking in tanks, but there's like 5 tanks over here right now.
Yeah. Another tank sieges up over here. I just can't imagine Solar surviving this. This is so much. And here's the thing, lurkers do not help you in fighting a push off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the lurkers are like siege tanks with less range. Like they're gonna come in here. If this attack doesn't work, these siege tanks shell down all these lurkers and the fight's lost, right?
It looks that way right now.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
he's
he
going to
gets one
take out a
tank.
couple, but yeah, there's so many siege tanks.
Yeah. And all he has to do is once the lurkers burrow, you just run away again. Let the siege tanks do all the heavy lifting. You don't have to fight this with your infantry.
Yeah, Solar going to back up. Don't forget, Solar is on 5 bases right now, but Cure during this has gone up to 4 himself, taking the top right.
Oh, I think he spilled through, though. There it is. GG.
Wow.
Cure takes his 2-0. Solar's out.
I did not expect Solar getting last tonight. I really, really didn't. I actually thought he was going to win the group.
Yeah. Cure going with as Barracks Man.
Barracks Man. Well, double Marine Rush, doing a good job for him. Solar kind of questionable on how he decided to end up playing this one.
What a day. And the game he won today was the one where he did that drone cheese and just stole
true,
the win
yeah.
from Zest. So a really rough performance here. You could see Solar very disappointed.
Yeah, obviously. I mean,
I feel for him.
You want that round of 8, but last place in his group, I think he was not expecting that. And that means our final match, Cure against DRG, was his pick for this group.
Yeah.
The correct one. This is where we really figure it out.
We'll be right back, guys.
I can't stop praying. I'm only burning. We always run to catch the moment. Nobody can stop me, I'm running. You don't need harming. How will lead us to what we loving? Just enjoy the moment. 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 closer to ya. Tell me how and I'll do it, babe. 'Cause I just wanna make you feel what I do about you. So just tell me how and I'll do it, babe. I love it when you whisper in my ear, words only meant for me to hear. Promise that your secret's safe with me. You're the only reason, yes, you're the only reason. Baby, you're the answer to my prayers. Feeling like the world's in our hands. Now I know that this is meant to be. You're the only reason, yes, you're the only reason I'm free.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
실성사이다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3 끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
네? 없는데. 아니 옛날에는 그래도 할 게 많았는데 지금은 대처법이 나와가지고 지금은 없어요 칭찬할 게.
칭찬이요? 아 칭찬? 칭찬이요? 유닛 컨트롤하는 게 재밌는 것 같아요. 말고 없는 것 같아요. 테라는 솔직히 좋지 않아요. 근데 선수들이 좋기 때문에 좋아 보이는 것 같기도 해요. 저는. 하는 선수들이 머리가 좋아요 일단.
해병불검이 기본 유닛인데 평생 쓸 수 있어서 좋은 것 같아요. 유일하게 건물 띄울 수 있으니까 엘리전 때 그나마 좋은 것 같아요. 그나마.
재미 보기 좋죠. 테라는 딱 재미 보고 딱 게임은 지는. 근데 스트레스는 좀 덜 받긴 해요. 재미 보는 목적이면.
주로 공격하는 쪽이다 보니까 재미있다. 저도 재밌게 질 수 있다. 보통 저그가 맞기만 하잖아요. 그래서 아무래도 저그 선수들이 약간 성격이 안 좋아지는 경우를 제가 많이 봐가지고 테란이 일단 정신 건강 측면에서는 좀 유리한 동력이 아닌가 생각합니다.
Well, Terran is good because we have Giga robot and Marine is very strong.
테라는 전략이 많아가지고 자기가 원하는 대로 판을 이끌고 갈 수 있는 게 되게 재밌는 것 같아요. 메카닉을 해도 되고 바이오닉을 해도 되고 손이 좀 많이 가는 것 같아요.
왜 칭찬이야?
컨트롤이라는 묘미가 있기 때문에 그러니까 팬들의 좀 마음을 울릴 수 있는 그런 여지가 되게 많은 것 같아요. 테란은 팬들한테 더 인기가 있어질 수 있는 종족?
그냥 보는 사람의 입장에서 테란이 제일 멋있는 것 같아요.
프로토스는 변태같이 하기 좋은 것 같아요. 상대에 열받게 하는 거.
약간 처음 접하신 분들이 하기 좋은 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 유닛 하나하나가
일단 체력이 많기 때문에 초보 단계에서 약간 실수를 해도 유닛이 죽거나 그런 경우는 없어가지고
어디서든지 소환할 수 있다는 점? 그게 좋은 것 같아요.
아무래도 좀 분광기를 통한 즉시 소환이 정말 좋은 것 같고 하나하나 좀 센 유닛들이 좀 있어가지고 한방 병력이 좀 센 것 같아요.
스킬이 되게 많은데 그 스킬들이 다 화려해가지고 그래서 게임 플레이할 때 좀 재미있는 게 많은 것 같아요.
좋은 게 많이는 없지만 그래도 뭐 예언자는 그나마 쓸만한 것 같아요.
프로게이머들 하는 거 보고 따라하기 제일 편한 종족인 것 같아요.
손이 빠르면 손맛이 있어요. 사도랑 예언자 쓰는 손맛?
밸런스에 대해서 징징된 적이 별로 없었는데 암흑기사 그거 하나는 괜찮은 것 같아요.
잘하면 제일 좋은 종족인 것 같아요. 저그라는 종족.
정말 완벽하게만 하면 정말 사기 종족 같아요.
초중반만 잘 넘기면 후반에 세다?
테란 입구 여는 맛, 토스 입구 여는 맛. 좋긴 하죠. 상대방이 당황하는 게 눈에 보이거든요. 좀 당황했니? 이런 게 느껴지면 게임 하는데도 편안해서.
저글링 맹독충이 귀여워요.
저그는 눈치를 되게 잘 봐요, 저그들이. 너무 어렵다. 저그 칭찬할 게 없어요, 저그들.
제가 예전 인터뷰에서 술, 담배나 해도 저거는 하지 마라 이런 말 했잖아요. 그만큼 유익한 게 없긴 하거든요. 저거 하면서 은근히 좀 귀여운 면이 있어요. 저글링이나 뭐 맹독충.
Round of 16. Q. DRG. Solar. Zest. Africa TV. Prego Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code S. Last Stand.
Getting those Rainer guitars going.
Dude, I love that. I love that little segment that we just showed where you have to say something good about your race and watching. For instance, with Terran, all the good players are like, there's nothing good, and all the weaker players are like, oh, there's some good stuff. And then with Protoss, all the good players are like, oh man, you wouldn't believe the shit we have.
Yeah.
And then the players that haven't accomplished as much are like, no, there's nothing there, man. And then with Zerg, they're kind of like the Terrans, like the same type of way.
Yeah.
I love it.
What did Sue say back there?
Sue said you can drink and smoke, but don't do Zerg.
Don't do Zerg.
Which
I love
is
that.
Hilarious, because Zerg has won every tournament for like 9 years now.
Just say no to Zerg, yeah. Yeah, one of the arguments I think that just can't be made is Zerg isn't very good. I think if you're saying that, you're not able to be honest with yourself. So this is it, Cure versus DRG. Our fight will start on Death Aura. The countdown's actually started now. Again, the winner survives to the round of 8. The losers out of the GSL.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여.
It's our favorite time.
Pause time?
The part where we can't move forward with the show.
I hope this is a long one. What is this?
What's he doing?
What is that?
Is he destroying our
Oh,
set?
it's like something that's falling. I think he doesn't want
that's
glare
the
there or something.
panel that blocks his ability. I think something fell off of there.
Yeah, it looks like that fell on him.
This is chaos right now. Look at this.
That fell on him. Do
He's
you remember when
probably
the booth in Pro League fell on Gumiho?
Yeah, there's gifts to that. I feel really bad.
Looks like it really hurt.
It looked like it really hurt, yeah.
I can't recall if he won that game or not. But we were actually at ASL the other day and something fell on Larva before the show started.
That was scary.
Yeah, it looked like it hurt. I didn't see it actually fall, but he
I
was
heard
like, ah!
it. I heard the screaming, yeah.
Yeah.
This stuff happens. Every once in a while in theaters, a light will fall on somebody.
They die from it?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's scary.
That's crazy.
See all these lights we got hanging up over here?
Yeah, we do have a
just
lot
fall.
of lights, but none of those are going to fall. They are.
Don't jinx it.
Dude, they're not going to. Well, I don't care if
That's
they fall
how I want to
anyways,
go.
'cause
I want to go.
You and
by
I are
having
up here. We're safe.
Some people want to die by being around their family.
전투 지원이 들어와.
Okay, easy.
함께
Easy. trying to make a joke here. His sponsor voice is shouting me down here.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. Now the intro. Forget about it. I'm gonna go.
Why don't you just shut
I'm
your
gonna run
mouth?
away.
Africa Freeze, DRG, Haksu.
Dirk. DRG almost spells Z-E-R-G. Think about that.
Yeah, they both end in RG.
Crazy.
That is wild.
Whoa, tasteless.
And it almost spells Dan when you think about it. It's
Oh
just
my
as close.
God, you're
'cause
right,
the first
yeah.
letter is D.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Nothing at all.
Literally nothing. So we saw Kira really cheese out Solar here, but I think he's going to have a very different play.
Who wants to see that?
I thought the barracks were supposed to be in the middle of the map, Artosis. I didn't get the memo on this.
Well, DRG just saw him do a couple cheeses, so it's smart for him to pull that back a bit.
Yeah, there's an art to winning a best of 3, but then there's also an art to getting out of a GSL group.
Yeah?
And with the group stage the way it is, you can't just be good at a matchup, at least not usually. Sometimes we'll have like one Protoss and it's 3 Zergs, and it's like, yeah, you just have to do PvZ, but usually you have to play a bunch of different races, different player styles.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is Cure. He's going to have a different type of TVZ.
Well, we'll see what he's going to bring to the table this time. He had I mean, the match with DRG was somewhat reasonable the first time they played.
Yeah.
But the game he won was the weird Ling into Lurker thing. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know how much we're going to really see that.
We've actually had a lot of games with Lurkers that failed today. It's been one of our themes here.
Well, the way that they're going into Lurker, I'm not a super big fan of.
Yeah.
Like, Lurker might be a unit, too, that you're rushing to if you get behind. Where
Yeah.
you're like, well, this can kind of make some funny situations.
Yeah.
But just in theory, it doesn't pair overly well with the Ling, so I don't think we're going to see that again from DRG, but yeah, I guess we'll see. Nothing too off on either side thus far. See as the starport finishes up what it is that Kier wants to go for.
Still can't believe Solar's out already.
Yeah.
I really thought he was probably going to be one of the players that moves on.
I thought he might.
I totally predicted today wrong. I really thought Zest might be the first guy to get eliminated. Like,
the thing is, Zest is one of the guys that, like, you can, like, I guess, make money betting against him. Because he'll have, like, a long dry streak, but when he comes back, he's really strong.
Yeah.
It's like when he's figured out the new stuff. When he's invented what Protoss needs to do to win, he'll win with it. Which excites me for this season, because, like, if he has time to prep now, I honestly think he's going to at least top 4. And the thing is, we don't know what the bracket's going to end up looking like.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter who it is in the top 4. Zest can plan that type of series out and win that too. Like, we might actually be on our way to finally a Protoss winning a tournament again.
I would really like that.
It would be super fitting for it to be
Let's
Zest.
talk about this for a second, because, and I know you and I talk about this on breaks a lot, but I think people memed about Protoss being OP so much that then people started to think it was reality.
I think it's
where I'm like, Zerg wins the most, guys. That's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact.
We need a Protoss win here.
We definitely need a Protoss tournament win. That is
The
that is
Protoss
true.
leader win. You guys, you Terrans and Zergs know it.
Dude, yeah, there's like Terrans and Zergs are just much more successful in GSL generally. Zest is tied for most GSL championships for his race, which is 2.
Yeah.
Right, and we have 4 on the other side with Terran, right?
Yeah.
And then, I mean, so many Zerg victories also.
And Sue always being in the finals.
A million second places.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the records are for the other 2 races in this tournament. But it would be cool. I would totally love to have a Zest, you know, get a 3rd championship.
Oh yeah, no, I welcome that for sure. So the Vikings going to move out on the map, try to take out any overlords that might be there.
Quick second factory here.
So we have a stim, but yeah, another factory here too.
Yeah, well, I think that Kira is going to be going into that Thor mine style again that we've seen from him. And it makes sense, because DRG's best play is really Ling Bane Muta.
Yeah. He's one of the strongest mid-game Zergs ever. Him and Sue, I'd say.
That's pretty fair. I can't argue about what you just said, Tasteless.
Okay.
As much as I would love to.
Apology accepted.
I feel terrible about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems reasonable.
I'm dragging you to the truth, kicking and screaming, Artosis.
I don't want any part of it, but what can I do, right?
Just open your eyes, Artosis.
I know. Jeez. That's your truth, Tasteless.
Yes. I actually hate it when people say that. Like, that's my truth.
I have my own truth.
I have my own truth.
Oh, really?
I'm like, okay, you don't even know what this word means.
Yeah.
Like, you should stay out of the business
words don't
of talking.
mean anything anymore, Tasteless. That's the one thing I've learned.
That's my truth, Artosis.
Yeah.
My own personal truth. What are you talking about? Okay.
A lot of Ling Bane being made. Double medevac going across the map right now.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think it's going to do much, but
this
is just sort of par for the course of a TVZ. Start coming out here trying to do any damage you can get away with.
DRG reacts quickly, forces it away. He is going for his Spire. Drilling Claws coming up. He's 1-1, well ahead of Cures. Yeah, I'm liking DRG's position, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, his creep spread looks very nice. He's already at a very healthy drone count. Baneling speed is on the way, well in advance of when he actually gets it. Yeah, I mean, this looks very solid from DRG so far, but that's okay because Cure is setting himself up for a little bit later on, right? Like,
yeah,
he's producing 3 mines at a time right now. He's going to be extremely mine heavy, and so far, like, honestly, DRG hasn't dealt with mines that well today.
That's very true.
You know, they've been pretty efficient against him, so I think Cure is going to try to lean on that. We'll see if DRG can fight back with some better micro against
Okay,
him.
good pull away here by DRG. Looks like the next 2 Widow Mines are aimed for the main, or I'm sorry, the unnatural over here. And he just can't unload there. Oh, will he?
Yeah, man. Those slide right in.
The amount of damage. That's
29 kills. That was 29 kills.
That was
and we
completely insane.
Yeah.
My God.
So I think what happened, did Drilling Claws finish after he broke the first mine at the third? Is that what just happened?
Something like that happened
because like,
you could see that DRG was not reacting because he thought, okay, no, I should know this exactly. I win this, no problem.
Well, that was, I can't even believe how much he killed with that. That's
and now he's going to have more freedom on the map to keep pushing the creep back. It's all going to add up to one big, stronger Terran push. Mutas are about to hatch here.
Tell you, Tasteless, like, I guess he's identified correctly something that DRG is not so good at.
Yeah.
And is punishing him thus far.
Okay. Oh, this Widow Mine hit could be big.
Yeah.
You got to remember, you know, these things all add up.
What am I looking at?
He's just doing too much damage. I can't even keep up with this.
This is, like...
He just, like, fell apart. He's not reacting fast enough.
I honestly feel like I'm watching someone in, like, Diamond deal with mines right now.
You ever, like, have a game where you're playing so bad you almost have, like, an out-of-body experience where you're seeing yourself play terribly and you can't do anything you want to do?
That's my normal existence.
Yeah, that's what's happening here.
No, it's actually shocking. Like,
I've had this where I feel like I'm actually watching myself just be bad. I'm, like, witnessing it. I'm like, I'm just not good at this.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what's happening here, but it's something that we actually did mention previously when he played against Cure, that he wasn't dealing with mines all that well.
Yeah.
And then Cure is going like all out mines this game and smashing him with it. And the thing is, it's not like, this is not even a micro thing. This is like, mines are dropping and being burrowed and he in between mineral patches, and he has 1 million units on top of them that can't kill them in time, so he's losing 1 million units. And it's just weird to watch. It's just like an incorrect decision.
Well, you know, I mean, it happens in a lot of StarCraft games. It just doesn't normally happen in a GSL game. You know, that's what's weird about seeing it. I'm used to anticipating that they're going to play perfectly and pull away, right?
Yeah.
I'm used to lowering my expectations when Widow Mine drops occur.
Yeah.
Okay, Zerg's making a lot of banes, just earshot away from this army.
I mean, it's still a lot of banes.
Terran might have to pick up and run. Yeah, it's a lot of banes. Very hard to deal with.
And a lot of mutas in there as well.
Okay,
he has a lot of army supply, to be honest. He should be able to deal with this. Oh, wow. Really good mainling connection.
Such an insane amount.
And now he's
like,
oh my God, he's going to kill so many medevacs.
Yeah, that was a huge win. DRG
that
is
really
back in
was.
this game. He smashed that army as 2-2 finished, by the way. Definitely an anti-timing there from Terran.
Huh. Well, you know, I guess that lings don't matter. You can lose as many as you want to mine drops.
Yeah. Well,
Totally fine.
I guess they are literally the most expendable thing in the game. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good catch here, taking out those mines.
Yeah, now the Muta's actually going a bit ham here.
Yeah, Muta's now being chased away.
I tell you, DRG, he looks quite nice in this matchup.
No, he's crushing it, man.
And now he's on Hive Tech. I want to see the Ultralisk Cavern.
Yeah, I feel like if you can get an Ultralisk Cavern out here, I don't imagine Cure winning this with a push.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Like, I don't expect him to make Ultras anytime soon, but he should get it up, get Chitinous done, get Ultra Speed done. All right, there it comes.
Yeah, so Zerg's goal right now is to just extend this game. Terran is trying to put a stop to it. Now we have the Thors that are being incorporated in with the rest of the army, but I imagine DRG is going to rely on some counterattacks here.
Dude, it's a scary army that's moving out right now.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
It's a real threat.
Okay, now he's starting to micro a bit more against him. Still, the mines being very effective, though.
Okay, cleans up that last mine, but this is all a setup now, because Terran's going to try to push up here and punch out these top two bases. He needs to get a nice spread. He needs to make sure he can get rid of as much of the creep as possible before a fight actually happens.
Yeah, it's so important. I mean, if the Banelings run in on creep, you're going to be in trouble.
I thought for a second that Terran... Oh, he is going to do it. Okay, he's going to go all the way around.
Yeah, there's no creep there. Why
It's
not?
just hard to reinforce, though.
You can kill that base.
Yeah.
I would imagine he can kill it. If he can't kill that base, then what can he do?
He cannot win the game if he can't do that.
No, certainly. Okay, well, he sees the army over here. He actually turns around with his army after scanning. Okay, it looks like all the rallies are actually right over at the base he wanted to attack.
Okay, great kill. Just takes the command center out.
Oh, man.
Get in and get out. That was great. I feel like we're having Cure waffle a little bit too much in his decision-making. It's sort of...
Yeah, it feels a little bit like that. Well, I mean, he scanned and saw what units were there. We never got a shot of it, but it looks like there's a lot of, like, Ling Bane there. Look at this, just flying and killing every turret. The way he uses his mutas is very nice. Like StarCraft 1 is a very muta-based in this matchup, and just watching him do this, it reminds me of that, where he's like, okay, you're not attacking me right at this second, let's jump into the main base, get a bit of damage, get out.
Yeah.
I like that type of move.
Okay, so this is, I think we're getting to the actual real final fight here. I mean, the push is going to come in here. This is not actually easy for Zerg to hit, but I do like this counterattack here. There are so many Marauders here.
Yeah, he's really trying to soak up as many Banes as is possible.
Okay, I think actually we got to the tipping point here. These Banes might kill off these SCVs, but I don't know that there's anything that can actually wipe out this army. Oh, hold on.
Well, he's making 80 more links.
There might just not be enough Marines here. It's one of those moments where, the Marauders survive the Banelings, but the Marines are not there to cover them. Great Widow Mine hit there.
Yeah, clears up those last mines and will force him back, but DRG's sitting here handsomely on 85 drones. He's got insane creep spread still. Not that many larvae left over, but he's maxed out, so I guess it's all right for now.
Yeah.
Morphing a good 30 Banes to go on top of the 15 he's already got.
Okay, so nice job here with the mutas. Again, he's got to be careful if those mutas hit, or excuse me, are hit by a couple Widow Mine shots, they're out. But he needs that. That's sort of the backbone of his army. DRG's remade enough Banes here. I actually think this game's going to seesaw back way into the Zerg's favor here. I don't think that Terran can push out and win for a while, and I think Zerg has a really scary amount of the map.
He does. There's no question about that. And he can kill a base if he gets a second. All right, Bane's rolling in here once again. I think it's just about time for him to add in some Ultras, to be honest. When you see this many Marauders, I think that's going to help quite a bit. Oh my god, his Muta's just going to town, though.
Yeah, this is too much air damage, man. It's just like he comes in. It's a funny situation, because it seems like Cure never has the right combination of units to win a fight.
Well, he's trying to stay aggressive with this very mobile force.
I almost feel like he should not even throw these Banes in here. Well, I guess if you get the SCVs, it's fine, but...
Yeah, I think that this is very much DRG's style, right? Any damage he gets done here is good because he's always around 90 drones.
Yeah.
So he can just remake Ling Bane for a very long time.
Yeah.
You have to be cost efficient against him, like, endlessly to beat him.
Okay,
like
again, I feel like he can just dump Banelings on the Terran all day here. Oh my god.
The mind hits were insanity on those mutas, but maybe not enough still.
Yeah, this is a planetary, so it's a little bit easier to hold, but I think with this many mutas, Lings, Banes, yeah, he just targets it right down. And I would imagine there's going to be a bullseye set on the base to the right of this too.
Yeah, you see Kier shaking his head there.
This is a pretty hopeless feeling when you have against somebody who has this much of the map and they just keep coming out with these huge armies and smashing you.
Just, I mean, as soon as that is all dead, you see, you scan, and you're like, oh, there's 30 more Banes on the way.
Yeah.
Hey, how'd you like those 30 Banes? Here's 30 more.
Yeah. Banes for days.
Banes for weeks, Tasteless.
Years. Decades.
No, not that
Not
long.
decades. I got a little carried away there.
Decades of Banes.
Decades of Banes.
You silly man.
So many Banes. The Banes that came, they destroyed. Yeah, we're getting a game where Kira's getting squeezed pretty hard here,
Yeah,
man.
and now
there's like these 2 other locations he could expand to, and he's never going to get to do that.
It's like DRG has it calculated out how many bases he must keep him down to. Like DRG, all he's doing right now is running around with Ling Bane Muta and that one Hero Ultra. And that's it. And it's like, if Kira comes out, he'll engage, and if not, that's fine. Just DRG continues to suck up resources.
Here it is. The Banes, so many. They see me rolling. There's something about when the Zerg has won the entire fight, and then there's just still Banelings rolling around with nothing to kill. You know, that you're like, wow, this is really, really, really over. If there's ever Banelings left over after a fight, here we go.
How many Banes does he actually have right now is what I want to know.
He just doesn't want to have... He's going to use those Banelings to draw the Widowmine shots so the other Banelings can come in there and wipe the army out.
Here we go. Mass Marauder against Mass Bane. We know who wins that.
We cannot split fast enough.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that was definitely an overextension there by DRG. Well, I say that.
But Tasteless, he only lost 50 Banes there while he used another 20 to kill the command center.
The Baneling is a good unit.
No, it's not that good. It dies when it attacks.
Yeah, what they need to do is have a Baneling that blows up but doesn't die. So it's just this like splash damage ball that destroys everything.
As quickly as you can press its detonate button.
All right, well, I like the counter push here. This is a moment where Kira can try to fight back, but I think the supplies can't lie. You know?
Just look at him.
Just look at him. Which number's bigger?
Kira's gas bank.
Yes, that's true. Okay. He's fought this off again. Kira's trying. Yeah, that's it. GG. DRG just crushing face.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy because the mines did incredibly well, right?
Yeah.
Like, he kept dropping out drilling clawed invisible mines, and they killed a ton, but DRG kept up his creep spread. He got a really big drone count, and the fact that he kept losing Lings and Banes didn't really matter because he just kept refilling them. He kept Kira's base count down, and Kira just could not put anything together to defeat this Ling Bane stuff on creep. It just could not occur.
Okay, Kira has to fight back now. We're going to go to Pillars of Gold. Right now, DRG is looking indestructible in this matchup, but I don't know, maybe Kira needs to do his proxy Raxes. I feel like if it's a standard TVZ, it does seem like DRG is just better overall.
Yeah, well, maybe he needs to go into mech. You can't really go Ling Bane against mech.
Maybe you're right. Anyways, our game is loading up. This is the final best of 3 for today. One player will be eliminated, the other moves on to the round of 8 of the GSL.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. Diamond Phoenix Game. 큐어 김도. 아프리카 프린스 DRG 박수.
It's got to be frustrating as Kira, right? You chose DRG. This is the guy you've been wanting to play against. Here you are, right? He's 1-3 against him tonight.
Yeah,
so far.
DRG has been kind of owning him today.
Yes.
So DRG's checking around the map for any proxies. There is, in fact, no proxies this time around. Kira committed to win this series in not the same fashion he did against Solar.
Yeah. Will he be able to do that?
Solar's out, by the way, guys. Don't forget that. That was one of the bigger surprises of today. I know it wasn't going to be an easy group for him, but I did not imagine he would be the first player eliminated. I actually honestly thought Zest might be the first eliminated.
Oh, really?
I was totally wrong about
Honestly,
that.
I thought Kira was going to go out first.
Really?
Yeah.
How funny.
Because I was actually feeling both the Zergs winning their matches, then
Okay.
Solar winning and Zest winning. Like Zest PBT against Kira. I'm like, I think it's doable, you know? Anyways, all that being said, I guess we just wait and see what Kira's plan is.
Yeah,
because
I think so.
Like the mine opener, like he went second factory before eBay's. No one does that.
Yeah,
that's not a real thing.
No,
but
it's very odd.
He did it, and he punished the hell out of him. It felt like with the amount of kills he was getting, like you couldn't have been sloppier against it than DRG was.
So here comes
And then
that.
it still didn't work.
Is this going to... Oh, no, excuse me. The Reaper's not going the direction I thought. I thought he might be able to come up there and deny the third hatch. That's actually one of the more impactful things a Reaper can do is run up there and interfere with the placement of the hatchery, but it's going to be planted.
Yeah, I always like it when they bring the SCV to help, right?
Yeah.
And they do it that way. Like block it, you make queens walk over to get it up.
Yeah, it's super annoying. Okay. I guess the big question is, can Kira actually win a game where it is going to look like a normal TVZ? Terran's pushing out, trying to wipe out expansions, control creep, because, I mean, Kira, again, Kira's a very good player, but, earlier on it was like he had to actually trick the Zerg somehow early on and get the upper hand and then win that way.
Yeah, maybe. At least that is what we saw in the games against Solar. Well, right now he's making Hellions, making a starport. Not sure where he's going to go with this, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think he should go too technical. Okay, Liberator. Liberator, I don't mind. If he was like going Banshee, I'd be a bit nervous. So I think if you start getting really technical and it's DRG who's just going for 90 drones and Lingbane, it's like, are you really, like, you're putting a lot of eggs in that Banshee basket. I think against some Zergs, the Banshee uppers are real good because they'll mix in like roach attacks and stuff. DRG doesn't tend to do that. So I think you're basically like cutting out percentages where the Banshee gets a lot better as an opener.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's not going Banshee, so who cares? The Liberator's going to be popping. One of just 6 Hellions.
Yeah, I like this different way of approaching the matchup here. This time around here for Kira. Problem with DRG is he's very good at the Zerg part of the game, you know what I mean? He's very good at like having lots of bases and basically overrunning you.
Yeah,
and, he knows how to propel himself far enough.
He spreads his creep, he makes his queens. He's a good boy.
He knows how to get to a position where the Zerg just can't die from there on out.
Yeah.
His mid game's so strong.
It's mechanically quite good. No question. Double Evo coming for him as always.
Yeah, these queens have to back up.
Yeah, third command and a second Liberator. What do we think about this?
It's interesting. Because we got to first see how much more damage and how much more slowed down can DRG be here.
Spore is getting into position here against the Lib. Pushing it out.
Some maps you've got these spots where you could tuck a Liberator in and it can't be hit, but over there I think you cannot actually keep a Liberator there without a Spore just eventually crawling up there and hitting it.
They've really tried, the map makers now, to not have those spots because it's just so deadly, you know?
Well, it's if you're not ready for it, it's like
Medivac or
so
a Liv
devastating.
sitting there
Yeah,
is like, that's like a constant threat when it's between two bases.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, good block. Got to see those double Evos coming up really soon, or a double E-base rather, coming up really soon here for Kier. I think, okay, he actually did make them. I was going to say a good rule of thumb is to make sure that your E-bays are started before your opponents are done.
I like that.
Yeah.
So far, these Liberators haven't done that much here. DRG continues to grow. Oh, hold on. This might be the moment where there's actually quite a bit of damage here. Oh, he doesn't overextend, though. That's fine, too.
Don't want to lose him.
You could hide it behind that little thing. Did you just notice that?
Somehow the Queen would know it's there. I think that's
You just position your Liberator just perfectly. It can hide there. It can't be seen. Unless the Queen fires boomerangs, there's no way to get a hit from it either.
Boomerangs!
Yeah.
That would be amazing. They should do skins like that, like change the attack animations of things.
Okay, yeah.
That'd
You could have
be cool.
little Star Wars lasers.
Yeah, why not? And then like boomerangs, like you said.
Yeah. The Broodlords shoot little tastelesses. What do you think?
Oh, that's what we want.
Yeah.
Tasteless.
There's too much damage from all those tastelesses.
It's a new meaning to free unit.
Okay. 1-1's almost done here. DRG is just trucking along with his development.
Yeah, starts 2-2 instantaneously. His Bane speed is already on the way. Spire coming up, looking very strong. He's already up in 72 workers. Picks off a few Banes, but not really impactful.
Yeah.
Remember, we have seen some tank pushes utilizing those rocks in the past.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we'll be seeing that this time. Kier not really favoring tanks.
Yeah, right now Kier cannot he can't have his feet on the ground. The ground is lava. That's kind of a signifier of where the game is when the Terran can't actually occupy any area that the Zerg doesn't want them to. And that's, you know, the creep's going to continue to grow. Now let's see how these Widow Mines and this next push up here does. But right now, Baneling speed is done. The Zerg is looking very, very, very strong.
That was pretty good from DRG, I think. Dealt with that really much better, these mines. All right, Muta's coming out. Kier is not really finding much with this, right? Like occasionally a tumor goes down, he picks off a couple units. I don't think any of it matters that much to DRG, who's now up at 80 drones. Continuing to add to that drone count.
So again, DRG continuing to grow, and right now he's just fitting in all the remaining pieces he needs to have an army that can bash Kier. Kier's doing, I think, a decent job here, but again, it's these little counterattacks like this with the Mutas or when the Lings run by.
Yeah, look at
and
that.
it does seem like Kier is stronger in the earlier half of these TVZs, but once there's enough bases on the map, he can't defend them all.
Yeah, DRG does well enough in his defense.
Yeah.
And his creep spread is really nice. You know, he's making sure that he's macroing out of his hatch as well. He has a macro hatch in the main most games.
Yeah.
And then it's Sling Bane time.
Yeah,
good catch there from Kier. Catching a few Mutas.
And then you got to be careful, man, because, you know, once you're not strong enough to hold your ground here, the Mutas can actually snipe the medevacs, and you just get so behind.
Yeah, that becomes crazy. All right, a lot of Ling Bane coming down here right now. There are some fire bats, so he's going to be a little bit more careful. All right, spreading as he goes in, splits off those Banes into two directions.
Yeah, this is quite a bit of damage here. Now, there's no more Banes, but there is enough to take this Thor out. He's going to have to pick that up and move that away. And now, again, this bunker empty here. This is a lot of damage. He can end up losing a lot of workers here.
Yeah.
We got 20 more Lings being made, many more Mutas about to hatch.
Well, look at the amount of workers going down. 15 workers dying during all this. And in the meantime, DRG, I mean, yeah, he's losing a few Lings, a few Banes, but he's keeping Cure back. He's hurting his economy. He's got 83 drones at home. Just macroing back up.
Yeah,
Bam, 7 more drones as well. Let's
I'm
do
worried
it.
there's going to be another tsunami of Zerg units that's going to smash that base as Terran gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Absolutely. Look how many bases he's going up to now. Taking his 5th. I bet you he'll make a 6th and just a second to the right. His creep spread over there is really good already.
Yeah, there's just not a lot I can see that Terran can do. I'm kind of racking my brain here trying to think of a way that you can recover. It just doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. We're sort of at that point in time where DRG has enough bases, he has enough gas. He just keeps dumping all the gas into Banelings.
Yeah, yeah.
And then when he has enough, he goes in there and he just obliterates everything, goes back, rinse and repeat.
Look, he's gone up to his maximum now. 96th drone on the way. Hive is on the way. Ooh, good hit. But, I mean, those will heal up reasonably quickly. He's got his group of mutas, and now it's just Ling Bane time. Cure, in the meantime, like, look at this, right? He's taking his 4th. He's kind of spreading. But DRG is maxed. And
Yeah.
he has a silly amount of Banelings.
Whenever you see that many Banelings start, and there's already a bunch of Banelings around him.
Look at how many Banes he has.
Yes.
I want a number.
A bajillion.
He has to have 70 Banes after these hatch.
Okay. And this army is like a sledgehammer looking to smash bases.
54. Okay,
Now,
well,
Cure's
that's
spread
not
is
70,
pretty
but-
good. I mean, basically the way that Terran has to fight against the Baneling is to have things spread out enough that the Banelings don't trade efficiently. The problem is when you get this many Banelings, it's like each Baneling can hit an individual unit, and you're probably still going to have Banelings left over.
He has 54 Banes against 38 Marines.
Yeah.
Okay? So, like, those 7 mines, how much do those 7 mines have to do?
Quite a bit, Artosis.
Yeah. Quite a bit. He's got 47 larvae right now, so he can instantly remake about 100 Zerglings.
Look at him pulsating, Artosis.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think right now DRG just crossing his T's and dotting his I's. He knows he's going to dive in on another base at a second here.
He's got so much.
Yeah. Look at me. We are humans like you. Ah! That was close.
There's 3-4 turrets in here.
Yeah,
It doesn't
there's
matter.
just too many. The SCs can't even repair it. Even if it's completely surrounded, it's too much damage.
Taking out a piece of this economy here. Thing is, all of this I think is worthwhile for DRG. He really doesn't care if he loses a couple mutas. Just
it's
keeping
fine.
his opponent busy, picking off anything, because he can trade at deficits. It's not an issue.
Yeah, and you know the creep is almost to the Terran's base, Artosis. Like he's got creep everywhere. Look at
Yeah,
this.
no, this is pretty dominant. You can see the look on Cure's face even.
Well, it's like
That's
knows
the look of, oh god,
he does not have
again.
much more time here. I mean, he's doing a good job trying to fight back, but this is domination.
Yeah, certainly what it looks like.
Okay, is it showtime? The Banelings are going to roll through here. It's so. Okay, this is actually getting a little bit humiliating here. I kind of feel bad for Kier.
my God.
At first, I thought, like, what's he doing? Why does he not have the mutas there? It's like, oh, because he's going to right-click on the.
Yeah. Well, he wants the
planetary.
mutas to stay alive.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, there were units in between him and the planetary, so what he did was he sent in Banes and it killed all the units in the planetary.
Yeah. That's an example, guys, of when you see somebody is like really, really, really ahead. He's just like, I can just right-click on the CC. He's like, look at me! He's got guns, he's got mines, he's like laid all these traps, and he just literally ignores that and just clicks on the building and blows it up.
All this technicality.
Yeah.
Oh, he's starting to snipe mutas. He's getting serious. Don't know how well snipes are going to work against these Banelings!
Here we go. Yeah, it's just too much. Ultra's here.
Well, I think he's going to hold this fine, right?
Yeah, the splitting was pretty good, but again, this emphasizes just how insane the advantage the DRG has. DRG doesn't have to be cost efficient. Now, he's got to be careful. If he makes a mistake like that a couple more times, maybe Kira starts to come back. But for now, it's like, it's understandable.
Yeah, that was a bit wasteful. Great hold from Kier, no doubt, no doubt.
No, excellent play.
Well, let's remake those Banes and Lings. He lost some Queens in there. He lost Ultras in there. Ah. By the way, creep is over one of the bases Kier would normally take.
Yeah. Well, this is one of these games where Kier is basically having to play like single player while these armies just come in here and smash him.
Yeah, this is like save the Nexus or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, or one of those campaign missions where you gotta like survive against a Zerg for a little while.
Yeah. Survive until Zerg has used up every piece of gas on the map of Banelings.
Yeah, this mission is survive until Zerg goes to round of 8. Oh my god, look at this. Every Baneling is special too. Each one has a unique snowflake life. Never forget about that. They die, but each one has a little soul.
Do they?
Yes.
They seem soulless to me.
No, that's not true. Banelings like to be outside. They like the sun on their backs. They like to roll around. They feel natural when they're rolling. They don't get dizzy. Okay?
Yeah? Oh,
Each
gosh.
Baneling has its own little personality. Its own little relationship with its other Baneling.
Well, I think most of those Banelings were cheeky, but
yeah.
if you say so. Oh my god. All right, well this time he's going to go without the Banes. That's it, GG.
Look, Mom, no Banes.
Yeah, so Kier getting a bit manhandled there by DRG.
He got dumpstered.
DRG 4-1 tonight against Kier and will advance.
Damn. DRG is a scary Zerg, Artosis.
Yeah, yeah. Round of 4 last season, only losing to Rogue, who was the champion. Here he is back in round of 8 already.
Yeah.
Looking ridiculous.
A king among men. We are going to have an interview now and see how DRG is feeling. He has advanced to the round of 8, so we are halfway through completing the setup for the round of 8. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and that means it's DRG against TY.
And DRG of Africa Freaks is the second player to advance from Group B. What a stellar performance he showed today. Congratulations, thank
네,
you.
오늘 시원시원하게 2연속 8강 진출 이뤄냈습니다.
And you move on to round of 8 twice in a row. How do you feel?
이번에 뭔가 저번 시즌과는 다르게
Well, unlike last season,
제가 간절함이 없었던 건지 아니면 제 실력이 자신이 차서 그런 건지 모르겠는데
I don't think I was desperate enough, or maybe I was just not skilled enough.
그래서
You know, I wasn't preparing that
오늘
hard.
경기하고 나서 보니까
So after my matches today,
저의 자신감이었지 않나.
I think it was my confidence that led me to the victory.
사실 오늘 최종전이요. 첫 경기와 거의 비슷한 양상이었습니다.
In the final match, let's talk about that one.
견제에 일벌레 피해가 심했던 상황 속에서
And the Terrans kept going for the pokes, and you lost a lot of workers, but
이렇게 거의 모든 경기
you did
뒤집을 수
win the
있었던
victory
이유
with the
뭐라고
Mutalisk
생각하세요?
and the Ling Banes. So what was that about?
네, 오래 해왔고 잔할 때부터
I mean, I've been doing this strategy for a long time, ever since the Wings of Liberty.
써온 것 같은데 그래서 오늘 좀 1경기 때 변화를 시도하려고
So in the first game,
식으로 링러를 하려고 그랬는데
I tried to show a little bit different strategy,
생각이 안 들더라고요.
but from then
I
said I should just go for the Mutalisk Ling Banes again.
운영의 장인 박수호 선수였습니다.
You're definitely an expert when it comes to that strategy.
프로토스전은 조금 아쉬움이
So let's talk about the winners match against Zest. You did succeed in going for the all-in in the first game. So, but you did lose against Zest in a match.
거의 준비를 하나도 안 했고요.
Well, I didn't really practice for the ZVP that much, so I just decided to go with the flow. And since the first game went so well for me, I thought I would advance as the first place.
그냥 생각만 해둔 건데 해보니까 저는 영웅가 아닌 것 같아요.
But from second game, you know, things didn't go well, and I definitely don't think I'm like good enough,
비하인드 스토리가
like Dark.
있었습니다. 자유의 날개 우승자 저글링으로 입구 열 때
And
짜릿한
DRG, you're champion back in the Wings of Liberty age.
자 이렇게 8강 전에서는요.
You move on to round of 8,
1위
and
전태양
you'll be
선수와
playing against the first place of Group A, who is TY.
어떠신가요?
So it will be a team kill, as Africa Freaks players will be playing against each other.
전태양 선수랑 박진영 선수였기 때문에 뭐 올라가면 어차피 네 팀킬 할 수밖에 없는.
You know, even if I advance as first place or second place, I have to play a team kill match because Armani and TY are both Africa Freaks players. But you know, I'm pretty confident.
팀킬에 박진영 선수보다는 낫다고 생각을 하시는 거예요?
So do you think TY is a better player to face against Armani? No. But I still find the ZVT matchup to be more easier for me.
8강 무대 과연 어떤 모습 보여주실지
So we'll look forward to how you play in the later matches. So before you go, anything you want to say?
응원해주신 팬분들 그리고 어제 잠깐 연습 도와준 재선이.
Well, I'm very thankful to my players, and thank you to Bunny for helping me with the scrims yesterday.
뭐 누가 올라가든 결승 우승까지 해서 아프리카 좀
And I hope the Africa Freaks players can lift the trophy this season. And I hope everyone has a very safe and fun Chuseok, which is the Korean Thanksgiving. Once again, congratulations. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 박수호 선수
I will have a fun and safe Chuseok. Will you, Artosis?
Oh my God, so much fun, so much
Actually,
safe.
you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make this the most dangerous Chuseok I've ever Chuseoked.
Yeah. Oh my. All right.
Here's our results, everybody.
Yeah, Zest goes out in first place, DRG in second place. That next round, looking kind of crazy right now. DRG TY, that's going to be a lot of fun because DRG showed what his strengths are yet again here tonight against Terran. TY got to commentate that the whole time and watch it. He's one of the best preppers that there is. I cannot wait to see what TY preps for DRG.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this. Armani Zest, that's a cool one too. I'm not even sure who I'm supposed to root for. I think Armani?
No.
Oh, my
Tasteless. God. Tasteless. We haven't had a Protoss win GSL in like 40 years.
Are you sure? I think I'm supposed to root for Armani.
MC would roll over in his grave if he heard you say you want Armani to win.
Well, I mean, he can roll around in his grave all he wants. I'm like, is he dead?
Well, it's been that long, it feels like, since we had a Protoss champion. But no, he's doing just fine.
Armani. Zest. Yeah, you're right. We need a Protoss champion. You've convinced me.
Yeah. So yeah, Zest all the way. Okay, our next group, which, by the way, is like 4 years from now. It's on the 7th of October, guys.
Whoa.
And that's going to be Stats, Bjorn, Harding, Maru. That is an exciting group. Oh, my God. The most aggressive Protoss and the most turtley Protoss and the 2 best Micro Terrans.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun.
That is amazing.
So, again, that's going to be on the 7th here. We got some time off here. It's the big holiday season here in Korea. So the casters, but the staff and the players as well. Everybody's got some more time off. We're going to come back stronger than ever. Here is the schedule now.
Yeah, so there we are, right? We're on the 26th. We'll be back on the 7th of October. So that's, let's see, 30 days has September, yeah.
April, June, and November.
All the rest have 31.
Yes.
Except in a leap year, that's the time when February's days are 29.
Damn. What can we not cast? We're the best. Wow.
We even know how many days are in each month.
Yeah.
It's crazy
It's
what
madness.
StarCraft can do for you if you just don't go to college.
It's true, man.
Yeah. So it's a long time. We got 11 days till the next GSL day.
Yes. So we're going to miss you guys, but stay safe. If you're out here in Korea, keep wearing a mask, washing your hands.
What if they're somewhere else?
Well, I guess, keep wearing a mask, wash your hands. I'm like, then don't wash your hands. Don't do that.
Yeah. Tastes doesn't care if the rest of the world goes.
You guys can die. No, stay safe, guys. We're going to have a little bit of time off. ASL will also be off, but when we are back onto the normal schedule, we'll be here every Sunday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
Continuing on with that.
So in 10 days, we'll have ASL, and 11 days, we'll have GSL.
And that is going to be an ASL where Flash is competing with Random. It's the craziest thing happening right now.
That's going to be wild.
It's crazy.
In fact,
You do not wanna
tomorrow
miss this.
tomorrow is the ASL group selection, and none other than Andy will be translating that
That's
for you. So
right.
make sure you tune into that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Group selections always are awesome.
Yes. I guess we have to keep talking.
Well,
I don't know. I feel
dude,
like we've
this is
subbed
it,
everything
man.
up.
We gotta really send them off with something special because it's Chuseok and all. You know.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do for the vacation?
I think I might be moving.
That's awesome.
I'm looking at some places. So
Tasteless is going back to Kansas.
Whoa, Tasteless. I'll be streaming too. We can
Me
hang
too.
out there as well on our Twitch channels. We love you guys. Take care. We're out of show. Bye bye.
And Taro, GSL.
I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna bring me